is all about.
In a world where resource scarcity threatens global prosperity, EIT Raw Materials is driving innovation and is connecting the dots for a secure and sustainable future. We are the largest and most active raw materials knowledge and innovation network, spanning the entire value chain and enabling the circular economy.
Our goal is to make Europe future-proof and to secure the strategic raw material supply for Europe.
Добро утро, дами и господа, почитувани гости. Јас сум Александар Стамболиев, извршен директор и коосновач на Акселераторот UKIM и координатор на Хабот на Европскиот институт за иновација и технологија. И денеска ќе имам честа да бидам ваш домаќин на овој голем настан иновација во циркуларната економија и креативните индустрии. Денеска Скопје е местото каде што индустријата, науката, креативноста и младите иноватори се сретнуваат заедно во една визија – одржлива иднина за Македонија и регионот. Настанот го организираме во име на EIT заедницата во Македонија, во соработка со Францускиот институт во Скопје и MAMEI и како дел од EnergoTehnoma 2025, кој што годинешен сајм гордо се одвива под мотото "Вклучи одржливи навики". Македонија се наоѓа на праг на нова индустријска трансформација. Преку оваа иницијатива ги поврзуваме индустријата, академијата, стартапите и младите таленти заедно со креаторите на политиките и инвеститорите со цел да го забрзаме преминот кон циркуларна, зелена и конкурентна економија. Особено сакам да ги поздравам нашите излагачи, студенти од универзитетите UKIM и UGD, чии што дела можете да ги видите во тој дел од сајмот, кои денес ги представуваат своите иновативни и креативни решенија. Вие сте вистинскиот доказ дека одржливите навики започнуваат токму од младите генерации. Денеска овде се собрани повеќе од 30 истакнати експерти, панелисти и гости од Македонија, Франција и Европа, кои ќе споделат знаење, искуства и примери што ја обликуваат циркуларната економија на иднината. За го означиме официјалниот почеток на денешната програма, ми представува особена чест да го поканам господинот Штефан Худолин, раководител на одделот за соработка во делегацијата на Европската унија во Северна Македонија, човек чија поддршка е клучна за градењето на иновацијскиот екосистем во нашата земја. Господине Худолин, повелете и да го поздравиме со аплауз.
Thank you very much for this.
Благодарам за ова срдечно добре дојде. Почитувани колеги, дами и господа, почитувани представници, иноватори, особено почитувани студенти, ми представува особено задоволство што сме тука денес на ова многу значена тема, која што е битна, има извореден потенцијал и има влијание врз растот и нашата животна средина. Веруваме дека како Европска унија имаме визија и дека циркуларната економија гледаме како еден од клучните алатки за да се изгради чиста и по конкурентна Европа. Оваа транзиција е клучна, тоа не е нешто по избор, но сакаме да го намалиме притисокот врз природните ресурси и мора да го прекинеме загубата на биодиверситетот до 2050 година. Циркуларноста значи едноставна, но многу моќна работа. Производите и материјалите да се одржат во употреба што е можно подолго, да се минимизираат отпадоците и таму каде што и тие се користат да бидат рециклирани. И со тоа што ќе ги прифатиме овие начела, ќе изградиме поотпорна и по-конкурентна Европа. А денес циркуларноста е до 12%, а нашата цел е да се удвои до 24% до 2050 година, но за оваа цел треба многу работа да се направат. Како ќе го направиме ова како Европска унија? Нашата политичка рамка е во рамките на Зелениот договор, кој што е Европската агенда за одржлив развој. Го имаме усвоено вториот план за циркуларна економија. Тоа го фаќа целиот циклус на производот, како се дизајнира, како се спречуваат отпадоците, како да биде задржан што е можно подолго во економијата. Тоа подразбира и законски и незаконски мерки. Дозволете ми да ви дадам само неколку примери на оваа рамка. Стратегијата на младите за текстил, директивата за поправка, регулативата за батерии и многу други. И тоа се многу значајни чекори напред на Европската унија. Нема да запре тука. Сега подготвуваме нов закон за циркуларна економија кој што се очекува да биде усвоен едната година. Со овој закон ќе се воспостави единствен пазар за секундарни суровини и ќе ја стимулира побарувачката во рамките на Европската унија. Таа амбиција е јасна. Европската унија да стане глобален лидер во циркуларната економија до 2030 година. Ќе бидат надградени претходните достигнувања, но ќе иде и понатаму. Ќе се преземат мерки за да се забрза патот на Европската унија. Истовремено ја поддржуваме и Северна Македонија во оваа транзиција кон циркуларноста. Северна Македонија го има усвоено стратегијата за зелена економија. Европската унија веќе има дадена огромна поддршка за климатскиот сектор и животната средина веќе многу години, а ова е поддршка во борбата против загадувањето. Но има уште многу работа. Не сме ни близко до каде што треба да бидеме.
It's a serious challenge, administratively, financially, and technically. That's why the European Union assisted national authorities in developing a comprehensive package of waste management legislation, aligning with our European Union acquis, improving extended producer responsibility, and introducing circular economy concepts. But what we need is to go beyond the adoption of legislation to implementation. We have supported North Macedonia's circular economy roadmap, which will serve the country as a blueprint to integrate those circular principles. It outlines how the government can foster circular business models like sharing economy, reverse logistics, reuse and repair services, and service-based business models. But again, this roadmap calls for action. It needs implementation. We need the authorities to have the buy-in and to implement it. Otherwise, it will just remain as a paper in the drawer. We have also implemented a significant project that we call EU for Grow. Under this program, the European Union provided technical assistance and grants to 25 companies and 26 startups with a total value of 5.5 million euros. And the goal was to help green their businesses, strengthen the economy in less developed regions, and create new green jobs. We have also supported the establishment of local accelerator hubs that help young people turn their green businesses into reality. Very importantly and upcoming, I want to highlight our cooperation with the new Innova, the new agency for innovation, scientific and technological development and entrepreneurship. We have planned a long time ago 18 million euros to such an agency for sub-grants to small and medium-sized enterprises to green their businesses. These grants will co-finance up to 50% of investments, focusing exactly on circular economy models. And we expect the first calls for sub-grants to be launched in summer or autumn next year. Let me also mention a crucial element of circularity, extended producer responsibility, EPR, that ensures that producers are responsible not only for making their products, but also for what happens with them after they are used. By designing it already for reuse, repair and recycling, producers turn waste into opportunity. And we have had a project here in North Macedonia, and that is currently today actually presented in Argentina at the ISWA, at the international yearly conference that is currently going on, and this will serve as one of the examples on how EPR can be addressed in the countries. But again, we have delivered the results. The national authorities now need to go further, embrace it, and implement it. The transition to a regenerative growth model, one that gives back more than it takes, is very essential. Circularity is a central part of the wider industrial transformation towards climate neutrality and long-term competitiveness. But how to go from here? The transition must be systemic, deep, and transformative in the European Union and beyond. It may be disruptive at times, and that's why it must be fair. To succeed, we need alignment at corporation level, at every level: European Union, national, regional, local, and international. Government, business, academia, citizens, everybody needs to work together towards one goal. The circular economy is not just about recycling. It's about rethinking how we produce, consume, and how we live. It's about transforming challenges into opportunities. It's about building a future that is both prosperous and sustainable. And we have a long way to go. When you see the figures, what we want to achieve and how we want to increase the percentages, we are nowhere where we should be. So I wish everybody lots of success in your work. Be brave, be innovative, be disruptive. The European Union is here to support and help, but it requires the drive from within, with the support hopefully from the national administration, from the institutions, and on the other side, everybody who is able to address this and to come into action. Thank you very much. I wish you lots of success during the day, lots of successful discussions, and I'm very much looking forward to follow on what will grow from here. Thank you so much.
Следува видео обраќање од господјата.
Now we have a video address from Agnes Molnar, Innovative Project Officer at the European Institute of Innovation and Technology.
Address you on behalf of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology with this video message, and to celebrate an important step in North Macedonia's innovation journey through the innovation in circular economy and creative industries even today. From our side, a warm welcome and appreciation to the distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and panelists who are shaping the future of North Macedonia's innovation ecosystem and join this event today. I would like to also express a special thanks to the French Institute in Skopje, who co-organized the event together with the EIT community in North Macedonia. We are glad to recognize that the role of the EIT in transforming North Macedonia's innovation landscape is emphasized today. The EIT community supports more than 9,900 ventures, over 2,400 new products and services, and a community of over 1.3 million learners trained in entrepreneurship and deep tech skills, all connected to Europe's largest innovation network, the EIT Community. In 2014, we launched the EIT Regional Innovation Scheme, the EIT RIS, to address the persistent gap between stronger and less strong innovators. In this ambition of the EIT, we are making good progress in closing research and innovation gaps across Europe. And North Macedonia is an excellent example of this. In past 4 years, organizations from North Macedonia received more than €1 million in EIT funding. The EIT has helped create or supported 18 startups, while EIT-backed innovators based in the country have already brought 2 innovations to the market. Currently, EIT KICS have 4 partners across North Macedonia, and over 2,600 people in the country have joined EIT entrepreneurship education programs spanning university courses, professional training, and others. Let me mention the EIT Jumpstarter Pre-Accelerator program, which gives aspiring entrepreneurs the tools to start their journeys. This year, the biggest number of applicants from the Western Balkans came from North Macedonia. And it is not only startups that benefit. Universities and institutions across North Macedonia are also thriving thanks to the EIT programs. So far, 30 organizations from the country have taken part in the EIT Higher Education Initiative, which helps universities strengthen their innovation and entrepreneurship capacity. At the latest call, 17 organizations were selected. Among them are, for instance, the St. Cyril and Methodius University of Skopje and Macedonian Chamber of Commerce. Another excellent example is the EIT Infra Booster, a training program for research institutions in the Western Balkans and neighboring countries, and North Macedonia is active participant in the program. For example, services such as the seed quality control and plant health analysis or complete solutions for digital transformation in manufacturing were developed with the support of St. Cyril and Methodius University in Skopje and other partners. The EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative that tackles Europe's tech skills shortage has trained 1.3 million learners, including more than 1,000 from North Macedonia, supported by 7 pledges from the country, such as the International Space Alliance or Brainstorm Next Skopje. The EIT recognizes the strong innovation potential of North Macedonia, and we are determined to keep supporting its innovation ecosystem. At the heart of this effort stands the EIT Community Hub in North Macedonia, led by our committed EIT Community Officer, Mr. Alexander Stamboliev. The EIT Community Hub ensures that innovators, entrepreneurs, and researchers from all regions can connect with EIT networks, opportunities, and support mechanisms. Let me conclude by saying that EIT stays committed to strengthening North Macedonia's innovation ecosystem and unlocking its full potential, and today's event is a very good example for it. Whether through Europe's largest innovation network or targeted programs, the EIT community is here to help talents, entrepreneurs, and organizations to grow from North Macedonia. And you will hear more details about our KICs and their programs in the upcoming panel discussions today. I would like to express again my sincere gratitude to the EIT community in North Macedonia and all our partners and supporters for making today's event possible. And I wish you a very fruitful discussion.
Now we will continue with our friend and partner, Mr. Gregor Gisler, Counselor for Culture and Cooperation at the French Embassy and Director of the French Institute in Skopje, whose vision connects France and Macedonia through culture and cooperation and innovation. Thank you.
Dear Mr. Udolin, Director of the Institute for Cooperation of the delegation, Ms. Geczewska, Director from the Vice Rector of the Science at University Cyril and Methodius, dear guests, dear students, dear participants, dear public, it is with great satisfaction and enthusiasm that I address you today to open this conference dedicated to innovation in cultural industries and creative industries, as well as in the circular economy. Let me first share that the French Embassy and the French Institute in Skopje have engaged in this event that is part of a well-established tradition. This edition is distinguished with a new dimension centered on innovation, and I would like to greet the management of the Skopje Fair for their engagement, as well as the constant engagement of Mr. Alexander Stamboliev, Director of the Accelerator of the Startups at the University. I am also very happy to see the presence of our 3 French experts that I'd like to thank. I would like to present to you Mr. Jackie Uziel, financial advisor and expert, Ms. Abhina Agwarwal, and Mr. Anthony Fremo. So Ms. Abhina Agwal from the Frugal Company and Mr. Fremo from Société Ligamo. They're here to present the French ecosystem of innovation and cultural industries and show you the path of their success. In the past, France was admired for its gastronomy, for its culture, but now France is also well known for its innovation spirit, its innovations with ambitious policies. I'm sure that your interventions will underline the wealth of our ecosystem and will inspire new collaboration. Thanks to this event, I would like to say that the support to this conference dedicated to cultural innovations with our three experts, the three experts will also have a meeting with students in Europe House, and this proves that France wants to be a real partner to attract young people and to strengthen our connections with North Macedonia. I believe that today's and tomorrow's exchange will give real sense to our cooperation. Dear guests, wishing you very rich debates. I would like to call you to enjoy this day and let this conference be a source of ideas, meetings, and opportunities. Thank you for your opportunity, and I wish you a very successful debate. Now I give the floor to Ms. Daniela Timovska, Director of the Agency for Innovation Activity, Scientific and Technological Development and Entrepreneurship, who has a key role in supporting startups and companies. Ms. Timovska, you have the floor. Thank you. Dear guests, it is an honor to address this event on behalf of the Agency for Innovation Activity, Scientific and Technological Development ENNOVA. I am very pleased to be here at this event that brings different fields of life together. Circular economy means that waste can be a resource and challenges can be opportunities. This is why innovation is brought together with creative solutions in creating opportunities that have economic value but also societal value. This event reflects the new economic reality, a time when growth and responsibility to resources need to go together. An increasing number of states and economies are transferred to a circular economy. Our mission in ENNOVA is to encourage innovations, to bring them together with science, with technology, and with entrepreneurship in creating a future and a sustainable development, solutions for a future and a sustainable development. Our vision is for Macedonia to become a regional innovation center. Let me share a very important announcement. At this moment, ENNOVA is in the process of receiving technical support from the European Union for the Greening Business Facility project, which will be directed to supporting green sustainable models. This project is a concrete tool that will help companies to become more effective, more competitive, and more sustainable well. And the next year, we start with new national programs aligned with EIT and Horizon Europe, through which we will connect domestic companies with European innovation networks and opportunities. This is why I would like to extend a sincere gratitude to the organizers, to our European partners for the support and inspiration. Let's transform this energy into concrete projects, new partnerships and ideas that will shape the future. Innova remains an open partner for all those creating value. Innovation starts with people, and this is where I see today the future that we want to create. Thank you.
Fine, and the final address will be Professor Dr. Valentina Gechevska, Vice Rector of Science at the University of St. Cyril and Methodius, building the bridge between innovation and knowledge. Thank you, Alexander. Dear organizers, dear representatives of the industry and of the different institutions, dear colleagues, dear students, it's a great honor to address you on a topic that defines the future of our cities, the future of the planet Earth, the topic of circular economy, and to share with you the experiences of our university in Skopje. The circular economy demands connection between science, innovation, and industry in a common mission, and that's sustainable development. As a representative of the oldest and biggest University of St. Cyril and Methodius in Skopje, it's a great honor to share with you our perspective in the context of the circular economy and the priorities of the European Green Agreement, and that's cooperation with the industry and preparing future generations that will contribute for sustainable, competing economy based on knowledge. With 23 faculties, 5 institutes, our university plays a central role in developing innovations in our country and developing sustainable economic development. Our vision is clear: via research, education and innovation to contribute for a system where the resources are used wisely, the waste becomes raw material, and the technology plays a function for sustainability. The researches at the university are carried out in more than 500 laboratories and more than 50 accredited laboratories. The circular approach is carried out in a interdisciplinary measure between the engineers, artists, and social sciences. And I would like to emphasize 3 key aspects to link the knowledge with the practice in order for the scientific results. By transfer of knowledge, we'll deal with the social and technological challenges. Using all the opportunities all the European programs offer to help our ideas to be transformed into results. We are really fighting to make use of these opportunities, continued development and innovations for technological sustainability. Dear friends, I would like to share some facts and indicators to see the measurability of the results and the efforts invested by the university. At the moment, there are 155 active projects funded by EU, funded by F59 program known as Horizon Europe, digital program EIT, Interact, IPA, Erasmus. Furthermore, we've been active in more than 220 cost actions and more than 64 status projects. With more than 400 international projects, our university has been working on innovations and prototypes with great potential to become commercial, where basically we see the opportunity, and that's where we see our opportunities for cooperation with the industry. based on the information published, and they've been updated constantly at the EU's dashboard about the utilization of the resources of Horizon Europe program. At the moment, there are 13 to 14 million euros used through projects in our country. And just for you to know, out of this money, our university takes almost 80%. So what I'm trying to say is that our university, with about 2,400 members of the academia and its networks around Europe, plays a significant role when it comes to taking on these opportunities. Our faculties has been working with the companies for the purpose of transfer of knowledge and developing capabilities. And I would like to mention several inspiring examples related to circularity, the cooperation between Titan and the civil engineering faculty. The aim is to reduce the CO2 footprint. Also, there has been work on energy efficiency with developing various layers. The cooperation between the technological faculty and adding cooperation between the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and the Italian Embassy, CISI, the Regional Center for Excellency in Green Innovations at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, establishing cooperation in cooperation with the Erasmus program. The students from the same faculty has been working on developing the first Formula One bullet. So I will invite you to check the vehicle. It's presented here and it's still in development. The Mechanical Engineering faculty, through a LIFE program, has been working on developing programs for recycling the photovoltaic panels bought after they are no longer in use, and in cooperation with the Green Machine company has been designing vehicles for cleaning streets. They are already working on 4 or 5 vehicles. In addition, we have the Smart Factory funded by EIT program that was already mentioned, and the university is managing a network. This is the 4th cycle together with the Chamber of Commerce of Macedonia. We are the coordinator, and we've been networking the main stakeholders for the industrial development in our country. The companies, the colleagues from the EN are here as well, so during the breaks you can do some networking. Furthermore, the campus has been cooperating with the companies that have provided added value through circularity, like the green company for producing products from recycling paper, or Akron that is recycling glass. The faculty for electrical engineering and information technology has a hub developing smart eco-sensors that are applied directly by the companies in our industry. At this faculty, we have the first digital innovation hub in the country that offers eco-sustainable digital services for small and medium-sized companies. We are very proud of this because through it we joined the European network. Finki developed DIMAC, which, among other things, offers products as software solutions for eco-awareness and digital transformation offered to the companies. Furthermore, At the university, we have 3 production laboratories, fab labs available to the university students and the youth at the age between 16 and 18, and they can develop prototypes and connect to companies for their commercially, in order to make them commercial. We're also proud of the University Accelerator as crucial for the research work. The cooperation, it has been cooperating with the Fund for Innovation, but also now with Innova, and hopefully it will continue contributing for developing startups and spin-off companies that connects the academia to the real sector. In this ecosystem and the hub, which is housed by the University Accelerator, is a contact point for the companies in the country by developing cooperation and using the opportunities offered by the EIT Institute. This EIT hub is managed by our colleague Alexander Stamboliev, and we've been working hard as a university to help him so that the networking would be as successful as possible to reach all the stakeholders in the economic development in our country, all the companies. Through this EIT Risk Hub, we are developing links, opportunities for cooperation through the various communities of knowledge and all the 8 kits aimed at activities related to food, health, digitalization, climate change, energy and production. Furthermore, the EIT Risk Hub helps our innovators to be part of the European circular transformation. All these examples only show that Macedonia is not only follower of the processes in Europe, but it is an active part of it, contributing with creative and innovative initiatives. Finally, I would like to conclude that circular economy is not just a technological change, it is a change in culture. As a university, we've been sharing our scientific expertise and labs, and we have been developing a synergetic partnership with the companies and the industry. We believe that science is the driving force for the development, and the university is its strongest ally, the strongest ally of sustainable development, and through that, the circular economy as part of it. Now, I would like to wish you successful work today, good networking, and opening new opportunities after today's event. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all the speakers for their inspiring speeches. Now, with them, symbolically, we open the path to a circular and innovative Macedonia, a country that includes sustainable sciences in every segment of its economy. Now we start with the panel, Circular Economy in North Macedonia. Moderator with an over 30 years of experience, the well-known cluster. She is a pioneer in connecting practice and has an active role in promoting circular economy in the textile sector. Let's welcome Natasha Sivevska. And at the same time, I would like to invite the other speakers to come to the panel. Just one technical information. On your left, you have timer, and once your timer expires, it will be in red. Each one of you will have water next to your chair. Please do not leave your used waters behind you, because we need to be sustainable. So I wish you a successful panel. Thank you, Alexander. I'd like to also thank the panelists. I have the honor to be part of this event on circular economy, something that is very topical in this last decade, especially in these recent years. And apart from all these projects that were mentioned before in terms of education institutions, but also civil sector, government institutions, as the circular roadmap that was developed by the Ministry of Economy. The circular economy is entering into the industry as well. Today we have here representatives of several industries, though at first sight they're different. However, they cooperate very closely among each other. It's the cement industry, which as an industry can use the ways that other industries create. The steel industry, which with its practical examples already applies this in the circular economy. Then the opportunities to introduce circular materials in the engineering, which is expanding right now in our country and offers a huge opportunity for cooperation in terms of recycling materials. And also the textile industry is one of the biggest pollutants, not only here but worldwide. But as a country, we have very significant textile production. We have a lot of quantity of textile waste, and also waste from the citizens, from their clothes. All this is being followed and monitored very actively. And I would like to say that I'm very glad that Macedonia is one of the 4 European countries that started with the implementation of continued responsibility of companies in textiles since January this year, and which means that we will have interesting things to hear from our panelists in that part. So the panelists come from the following companies: Titan, Maxsteel, Confiangel, and M Acustica. I would like to give them the floor now and their good practices in terms of the implementation of circular economy. I would like to start with Mr. Goce Cvetkovski, Technical Director in Titan Usija, with over 16 years of experience in management of cement plants in different countries in the region and in Europe, expert for production processes, operations and organizational development, with proven ability for alignment of operations with corporate strategies for sustainability, safety and protection of life environment. He will talk about textile and other waste in cement production. Mr. Cvetkovski, you have the floor. Good morning. In these few moments, I would like to speak of some good practices of Titan, which lie upon the circular economy. I would like to say some words about the company. Cementarnica Usija was founded in 1955 and became integral part of the development of North Macedonia. There's practically no bridge, no hospital, no road that was built with our cement. With its development, during its work, it has been supplementing continually its innovations. Since 1999, USIE became part of Titan, and together they have 120 years of experience, 13 factories, 25 markets. In Skopje only we have 250 employees, and our work is directed to sustainable development, waste management, and reduction of harmful influences. We have 55 million investments in this year only. We have a lot of ISO certificates. Let me say that USIE is the first company in Macedonia that was awarded with the certificate Zero Waste to Landfill. It's a certificate confirming that 99.8% of the waste created on a given location is managed appropriately. USIE is also one of the leading companies which has an environmental product declaration for every product, which means that we have certified all the CO2 impact of all our products, how much energy was spent, and all other aspects. In the last 20 years, we have planted around 450,000 plants. Here, please look at the graph below, showing the measures, the waste management measures, and their impact. It is good to avoid creating waste, then managing it appropriately. And the next measure is the one that we have focused, the co-processing as a simultaneous use of both the energy and the material from the materials. The cement industry for 40 years now in Europe has found its place as a solution to the waste problem. I would like to underline that co-processing is something that stays after the recycling. It's not competition. It is part of the recycling process towards sustainable development. In this way, the European cement industry has around 24 million tons less emissions of CO2 annually, and around 8 million tons of coal. We have the incineration, and less favorable is the deposition of waste. The benefits are ecological, environmental, economic, and social. We have less waste, less CO2 with these measures. The dependency of the country from fossil fuels is reduced. There is more energy independent, less import, and at the same time local issues are solved, there are new jobs, and the community is included in the management. Let me underline that in USIE in the last 5 years, around 20,000 tons of waste, 50% is the textile waste, the non-recyclable items are reused. This is one of the foundations of our work, as in line with the recycling economy. This is what I had to say. Thank you very much. We continue now with another very interesting panelist who has been starting concrete activities in producing and researching insulation materials. I mentioned something that is of great interest for the engineering, for the industry, and I believe that this industry will recognize the benefits, will start using the materials that are produced from recycled materials of the textile industry and other industries. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Viktor Mickovski, engineer for acoustics, computer scientist, and architect with international experience in the construction acoustics and protection from noise. He is a founder and manager of EnergoTehnoma, author of scientific papers published in international magazines, and innovator who developed FlexiPod and FlexiPod, the first Macedonian products from recycled polymers with confirmed acoustic performance. He will talk about textile waste in construction materials or in the insulation. You have the floor, Mr. Mickovski. Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm really honored to present myself here. I will try in these 5 minutes to say a lot. As you said before, this is a company that is quite young in 2021. It was founded in 2021. It was born to be able to do a lot of things with other institutions, with the Innovation Fund and so on and so forth. But myself, as a specialist in this field, I've been working for the last 15 years. I educated myself in Italy, and then I worked there in IT, in opera. I was very interested in the voice and in the acoustic aspects and how this acoustic comfort can be improved. This acoustic pollution is something that we not notice it. Sound is a silent killer, actually. This company has the objective of raising awareness about acoustic insulation, about sound pollution, and how the acoustic insulation can improve our life. When I started doing this in North Macedonia and came back from abroad, I wanted to do something that would be quite accessible, economic, and which can be produced from original resources from Macedonia, not something exotic or expensive. What do we have in Macedonia? We have a lot of waste. Textile waste, flexible polyurethanes, and all those porous fiber materials which in the acoustic insulation are welcome because they have that structure to absorb the sound. So by transforming the waves, acoustic waves, these waves into thermal wave, there is a kind of dissipation that happens. So this was the idea. I found out about the Innovation Fund, we came up with the application, and this was my first application that was successful. We worked for 2 years in this project with colleagues from Italy. We did our utmost with our own means, with funds from the fund. We found companies in Macedonia that can process this waste, that upon our recipe they can produce a material that will be used in the engineering, but not only in the engineering, but also in the machinery. We have isolized the silos, for instance, in Gitolux by putting an insulation with these materials. So this is this material that can be produced in different forms to be able to be used in different areas. The main product that we have created is the FlexiPod. In FlexiPod, this acoustic shock we have between the apartments can benefit from this. We still do not have among the investors or the population. The awareness is still low among the investors and citizens that acoustic sound, acoustic comfort is something that long-term can be harmful. When we buy an apartment, we may like the apartment walls, the rooms, but once we move into the apartment, we realize that there are other people living there, and we live together with them. Actually, we hear them all the time. And this is something we need to work on. We still do not have legal regulation for that. There used to be during Yugoslavia, but they were abandoned, and we don't have them now. But I hope that we will be able to do something in that direction. So my time is up. Thank you. I hope that. Thank you very much, Victor. We continue. One of the biggest textile companies in Macedonia with a long-term experience. The Confiangel company is represented by Sončica Petriska, a long-standing professional with significant experience as an administrator for organizational technical support in Confiangel Prilep. In this position of technical secretary, she successfully coordinates and implements administrative activities related to the work of the manager, ensuring efficiency, precision, and confidentiality in everyday processes. And she will speak about the reuse and recycling of textile waste in the production process, something that she's been doing for many years now, actively, and I hope that this gives fruits already. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Now you can hear me. Thank you for this opportunity on behalf of the company to be here and to present our achievements. The company itself has been operating since 2004, 21 years now, and we have 700 employees, and our products are exported in 20 countries around the world, mainly in Europe. Because we are exporting to the European market, this means we need to follow strict principles when it comes to the production of the materials, what kind of materials we use, the packaging, whether they're environmentally friendly packaging, and recently there is increased demand for recycled materials that can be reused. And we've been very dedicated on that. We keep getting education together with our employees. At the moment, there are trainings for upgrading the entire production process. As I mentioned, in order to be able to control that process, we start from the very planning. Every procurement is planned according to the needs of the buyers and their demands. We design a product that is that could last as long as possible and which could be reused. Then we have programs for reuse. I would point out that we had 20% discount if whenever they buy a new product from us and return the old one. So we hope we will continue along those lines. The textile waste is really a priority because the production is growing. At a Macedonian level is 20,000 tons a year, and the rate of recycling in Macedonia is low because there is no plant for recycling textile in our country. What we are dedicated on in our country, in our company, is that the waste is a resource and not a burden in production, and it has a financial impact when you return it in production. Since 2004, only textile waste was 1,072 tons. Out of those, we reused 29% because we had demands from the European market, because there was a demand for products from a recycled material. And we also had the GRC standard for production of quilts and pillows, while the remaining 22% due to lack of recycling infrastructure in Macedonia was sold out to a recycling part in Turkey that recycled into threads, sewing threads, because most of our material is white, while our cooperation with the cement plants, because we take it for burning and they use the ash from it for production of cement. We usually have 20% in storage that we try to reuse in production. Selection starts at the very place of production, and we also have a system of withdrawal, selection and donation. Because I'm short of time, I will play the video to see what it looks like. You see the big machines. I'm sorry, I can't hear her because of the noise. What we do, she's explaining the process that you're watching. I'm sorry. I'm out of time now, but again, no way of interpreting. I can't hear her. I'm sorry, I don't get what she's saying. This is what the materials look like that go into production. I thank you. We can continue with our discussions later on. Thank you. Now we move on. Both the textile industry, just like the textile industry, the metal industry is producing waste. So they also have challenges how to treat the waste with good practices. We will hear the representative of Maxtil, Ms. Maria Dukovska-Pavlovska, who is the general manager of Maxtil with a huge experience in management organization. She has had more than 15 years in financial and industry. She was a manager of North Macedonia and Human Resources Director for the Balkans. I would also like to say that she is the president of the Center for Circular Economy at the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia and has been contributing a lot when it comes to circular economy. She will talk about circular processes in the industry. Can you hear me? I believe you can hear me now. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation and for organizing such a useful and good event. What is a waste for many, it's a great value for us, not only as something that is an input in our industry, but also as a byproduct which is produced in the process of production. In order to keep up with the time limitations, I will speak faster. I will go through the slides as fast as possible so that later on we'll have a time to answer any of the questions. First of all, about Maxtel, I'm sure that you know about Maxtel, you know what it does. It is one of the companies that is descendant from Železara, but as such, it was founded in 1997 after the privatization of the IM of Železara. It consists of two plants, steel shop, where we recycling scrap metal and we produce slabs, steel slabs. This is the final product of the steel shop, and it goes to the plate mill, or they call it the hot plate mill. Through the process of rolling, we produce plates that are afterwards used in other industries. The metal is, when we talk about circular economy, we cannot skip metal, and that's one of the best indicators what circular economy is. Our overall work is a circular economy. The input is waste, specifically scrap metal, and the output, the products we produce, and much of the byproduct is input for other industries. A very small percentage remains as a waste that needs depositing. Why metal? I don't know whether you've noticed, but you probably know the infinity sign on many of the products made of metal, because the metal is a material that is continuously being recycled. It has unlimited number of reuse, and that's why the metal is one of the materials that that pops to your mind whenever you mention circular economy. So where do we use it? The metal, we use it in various products that are used for a long time, but also products that are not used for such a long time, but also those that are used for a very short time. So the steel plates that we produce are products with a very long period of use. This slide shows the cycle of circular economy in Maxtel and what it means. So the old metal, the scrap metal, is presented on the first picture. I frequently being asked, and I try to repeat that in all my presentations, that apart from scrap metal, we don't use ore. We are being used. What is the percentage of ore apart from scrap metal? No, we don't use ore. The overall input consists of scrap metal. Apart from scrap metal, we use certain additives, ferro, but no other things. We are basically very environmentally friendly, and we try to use test resources. We produce then steel slabs. We steel plates and hot rolled steel plates. Usually they go to construction, and we are specialized for that. And we have 100% export, 70% go to EU, 30% outside of the EU, also for construction of bridges, of ships, and big tanks. A couple of more sentences. I'm out of time, but I'm sure we will talk about this later. This applies for the steel industry in general. I mentioned that only a small portion ends up as waste. According to the World Steel Organization, only 30% end up as waste, while in the case of Max Steel, we are talking about 2% ends up as waste, which is being deposited. Everything else is an input for other industries. Thank you. Thank you. Move on with the set of questions. For Mr. Cvetkovsky, you already mentioned in your presentation and the activities of your company. You presented them, but could you tell me in more details how the waste is calculated in the price? Yes. The cement industry is particular, not only that it doesn't produce waste, but it's an excellent solution for dealing with the waste of other industries. This slide clearly presents the basic principle. Why is that possible, and why cement industries is preferred in the EU? We are talking about co-processing, where we use both the material and the energy. When we talk about alternative fuels produced from waste, depending on the way they've been produced and their composition, there is always a certain percentage of ash that is not combustible, and it could be used in the cement industry because we are talking about high temperatures, that about 2,000 in the fire and 1,400 degrees at the material, and it has to be done like that. Under those conditions, they are incorporated in the product, the ash from all different products. We have full combustion with excess of oxygen and long stay. We have controlled monitoring of the emissions, and in this way, the cement industry has better conditions than the incinerators that constructed for burning things. This was about the technology, but the cement industry does not need waste, but fuels, fossil and non-fossil fuels. In order for the fuel to be easy to use, it needs to contain certain features to be stable, limited presence of chlor or none of it, good composition, and that's why we need to have a way to produce fuel out of waste that could be used. Thank you. Thank you. We can continue with the discussions about the benefits of all this, but let me ask the first question for Mr. Mickovski. What waste materials do you use most frequently in the insulation products? You mentioned something about this, but a bit more specifically about the materials and where do you get these materials? The waste materials, as I mentioned, there is abundance of waste materials, especially materials that could be used for sound isolations. Those are soft, porous materials made of fibers. The biggest percentage of this waste is waste sponge, which is that sponge is granulated with specific machines. Then certain additives are added, certain quantity of waste textile with a certain granulations. Blocks are made at a certain temperature, and from there we cut plates with the desired dimensions and forms and density. All those materials have, there is why they're used for, whether they will be used for isolation, because here we're talking about isolation materials, in holes like this one. So it could be used in this kind of industrial, also could be used in industrial spaces to reduce noise. It could be used for construction, in the walls, in the roofs, in the areas between the floors. Lately, we've been working on research specifically to involve other materials. We had an excellent project that should have gone through the fund, but it's no longer available for the for the use of rubber waste, the waste from the car tires, then mineral wool, styrofoam, etc. But we usually use sponge, but we add other materials depending on the mechanical and physical features we want to achieve. Thank you, Victor. Let us move on with the next question for Sunčica. What measures do you apply for the reuse of the textile waste? Since you mentioned that you've been doing this in your own company, so maybe in broader terms, what kind of activities do you undertake? So. In 2024, because of the need of recycling the textile, you need to, together with the company Albatros from Štip, we initiated the establishment of the textile collective actor Texomac, which has been really well received at the beginning, and it was to treat the textile waste from the companies, but also the one which is important or taken from the shops, because certain products need to be taken care of and make sure not to end up in the landfills. The essence of Texomac, its mission is to collect that textile waste, both from the industry and from the citizens, by creating adequate infrastructure. At the moment, the funds, the resources of Texomac are aimed towards education and raising awareness about the needs of selecting and using reusing textile waste, and we have had some educational games for children in kindergartens, educational presentations in the municipalities. We have also introduced visits to companies, shops. We have presented the idea so that they can sign agreements with the collective actor, with the collective entity. We are happy with what we've achieved so far, and we hope we will continue, because the vision is to reduce the textile waste in Macedonia, to promote individual and social responsibility by means of education, and to work on increase the infrastructure rather than soft skills. The soft skills are already incorporated in the educational systems, so now we need to work on infrastructure. Thank you. Question for Maria. How is circularity developed in steel industry? Thank you. You saw that the steel industry in general is an excellent example of circular economy from its start to its end. How it's developed, the awareness raising about circular economy has been really rising, and the awareness that steel industry is not a polluter, but it's a typical example of circular economy. How does it develop? The input, the scrap metal, the quantities we need, about 25 to 50 million tons monthly, and we cannot get this domestically. We have to import scrap metal. And I forgot to mention the products that the byproducts which are leftovers from our production, and most of it is exported. The zinc dust is reused in the production of plum and zinc. Also, there is other byproducts which is used in the steel industry with high furnaces. So our industry can use one of the byproducts we have, and this byproduct is exported. And finally, we have the slag, which is certified product, and it's used in construction, when building roads, for rolling the route, but there haven't been any tax exemptions when it comes to the use of this byproduct. There will be another round of questions, and you will be able to additionally explain this. Goce, in addition to the integration of waste, what are the benefits of all that? Could you please put on the slide the benefits from the use of waste or co-processing of waste? Can be categorized in 3 categories. Environmental benefits, because less waste ends up in the landfills. Also, there are less CO2 emissions. The dependency from fossil fuels is reduced, and all that ends up in controlled conditions in the existing industrial plants. It's not here. So the economic benefits are referred to the economic independence of the country, namely the import is reduced instead of buying coal or petrol cokes from abroad, if the domestic waste is used for producing fuel, that money will stay in our economy and it wouldn't go outside. Other economic benefits with a good designed waste management system, even savings are possible if waste is used as fuel and there's a diversification of resources. The social benefits are as follows: development of the local economy, new jobs are created, all those utility companies and landfills should be turned into waste recycling plants. The waste could be turned into usable things as alternative fuels, and the space that is used for landfills will be protected. All these activities should incorporate significant involvement of the institutions of the chamber, because that, and secondly, awareness raising, but it comes second. What the example of the textile cluster is a good example of intersectoral cooperation for the benefit of all.
Thank you very much. I said in the beginning that we are here 4 different industries, but all quite close to one another, and this is very illustrative for the circular economy, the product to circulate among different producers. Victor, what is the reaction of the market and buyers to such solutions? It seems as if the market is not really ready for something like this, but it seems that regulations need to change as well. Yes. We're a quite interesting market. We act only if there is pressure. If this is robustly regulated and if implemented. Otherwise, the consciousness, the responsibility for things that are in our field are not accepted always very easily. And it's the same with us. Generally speaking, in the construction industry, the regulation is quite scarce. When we speak of acoustic insulation, it's practically non-existent. We had some quite solid standards in former Yugoslavia, which for reasons not known to me were abandoned. New regulations were not adopted, and simply staff is not being formed or educated to do this, to implement them. The market is always curious, but also very conservative. The market does not have necessary trust. It is used to using certain products that are well established, but there are certain such products that are innovative, metamaterials. Maybe the material itself is not innovative, but its use in a given segment of construction has proven to be excellent. We have tested these products at many locations. We have acquired instruments in which we can quantitatively show these improvements, that there is 99% of reduction of acoustic energy in certain construction, as opposed to other materials such as which are good thermal insulators, but not acoustic ones. So the investors, generally speaking, are always interested on materials that are cheap. The price difference is always most important with the investor. But there are such that in these recent years have started using them, and the story is expanding. Okay. Now, Konfi Angel, knowing the company and its tendencies to always move to something better and higher. What are the next plans in developing circular economy in production, then future plans in terms of circular economy? We see in building a new base economy. Historically speaking, we did have such an experience, and we think that the future of textile will be natural materials. This is why one of the ideas and visions of Kofi Angel is to create a cooperation with the agriculture, using other institutions, expanding knowledge in the liners production, using rope. And there is also a recycling center that could gather the whole textile waste from Macedonia, and then we could help other innovative institutions, young companies who want to recycle using materials, innovative materials. Thank you very much for this. Base industry is, of course, very important, the textile branch, but it will take a lot of time to restart it because we have lost the necessary staff, the potential. But of course, it's very good to think of a strategy in that direction and to make an analysis, to do an analysis. What would this mean for industry and its future development? Maria? What public and private partnerships are needed for greater progress? You as a company have a lot of activities, but of course cooperation with other institutions will be important for future development. You have the floor. Thank you. I will follow up on what I said before. We have a product that is certified, so we have a cooperation with the Engineering Institute. We have certified it, but this is where things stop. Those that need to use this product are in no way forced to do that. It would be good to put it in a kind of legislation, regulation for a certain percentage of materials used in construction to come from to be recycled materials. Unless this is adopted as a regulation or legislation, until then we will lag behind. We will use just personal contacts in order to be able to do something in this regard. What I would like to say and call upon is the following. As companies, as innovators, as individuals of products coming from recycled materials, we are going to do what we need to do. We can understand the whole concept, but what next? What is going to happen with further activities? We will need to include the chain of suppliers in this circle. Then I mentioned the legislation. Standards need to be adopted, regulations need to be adopted. This needs to be raised at a national level. And then I would go further from what was said before about our raw materials, and the waste is imported, so it's not national enough when we speak of circular economy. We need to think regionally, and we need to speak at the European level. So my appeal would be, we will, yes, continue to work to support circular economy, be innovative, but unless there is institutional support, we won't be able to achieve all the goals we plan. Thank you very much, Maria. This is what I would like to draw as a conclusion from this panel. What we discussed, the steel and cement industry do not pollute but they are an example, the product of the steel industry due to legislation, the lack of legislation that already exists in the European Union, and the European Union will already speak of establishing the percentage of use of recycled materials in different industries. We haven't still started here because the recycled material is more expensive than the regular one. But in the interest of circular economy, in the interest of environment protection, we will all need to adapt to something similar. So we lack legislation and regulation, awareness raising. The awareness is still at a low level regarding circular economy, especially I refer to the consumers here. Then we need to build infrastructures mentioned by you, which is very important, and then continuous capacity raising of staff with programs of circular economy in order to create an environment that will be beneficial to us, but also to future generations. Thank you for the discussion. Let me thank the moderator and the speakers, but just let me reply to Maria. Spain and Portugal already have imposed 10% use of recycled materials in the construction industry, and there are a few centers now that work on creating tiles from waste. So this was about imposing circularity in industry. We proceed with the creative world where art and technology meet. Moderator Violeta Kachakova, manager in culture, producer and researcher with long experience in cultural policy production and cooperation. She's actively developing new models. Let's welcome Violeta Kachakova. I would like to ask the guests at this panel to take the places. Ms. Antoni Fremo, Mr. Alexandra Filipova, Sanya Mirina Tosha. Good afternoon, everybody. There is noise in the background, but please, I would like please come here and join us because we have very interesting topics for discussion, interesting practices to share in the context of the general topic of how to create a sustainable circular economy that will impact the transformation of society and, as a final instance, the protection of the environment. I have the honor to moderate this interesting topic, which is close to me because it deals with art put in slightly different modern context, digital art and creative industries. What happens when art is connected with digital art, with the digital world? We will speak here about the transformation of creative processes in the field of education and the creation of new opportunities. And by speaking through the discussion with Macedonian experts, but also a very dear guest from France. The panel is, we could say, it's divided thematically in two parts. The first part we will be presented with French experience by presenting a new digital tool which allows people with different talents and experiences to come together in the process of co-creation through cooperation that improve the production processes and the decision-making processes that can be implemented in all areas. On the other hand, the focus of the artistic activity and creation will be put in service of the fashion industry. And here we have two wonderful ladies. We have another one that will address us online to see how in this industry we have serious innovative solutions in the process of products, 3D design to the process of design of unique products, where apart from paying special attention to the material and the waste, attention is also paid to the social activity, social responsibility, use of traditional methods, but also use of vulnerable categories of women workers. And one of the most noble things, how all this is transferred to the students through the process of education. This would be my short introduction, and I would like to introduce my first guest, our dear guest from France, Mr. Anton Fremont. He's co-founder of Ligament. Ligament is a company that has created this interesting platform, which is called Arbre de Talent, platform that helps organizations map and develop collective intelligence. Mr. Fremont, he is Doctor of Philosophy and researcher who works on collective organizational models for sustainable development and common performance. He was a consultant for Tribune, one of the first French startups where he designed dynamic system for mapping skills for strengthening cooperation and decision-making. As co-founder of Ligament, this platform, which allows measurement and valorization of the common infrastructures of knowledge as strategic intangible funds, is targeted towards being used by governments, local self-governments and companies and civil associations. He will speak about the French perspective, organizational innovations and environment transition. Mr. Fremont, I'm happy you're here. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup de cette excellente introduction.
Thank you for this excellent introduction. I'm really very honored to have this invitation and to have had the opportunity to exchange with you. I will speak to you about the French experience of cooperations that structure cultural and creative industries in France, especially the conditions, technical conditions of these branches in the territory of France and international plan. Let me start with by presenting a panorama of the industry of creative industries, creative and cultural industries in France. You can see that for every cultural activity, economic weight you have the economic weight of that activity as well as the influence of a territory or region with two types of activities. The first line up gives is generated by local knowledge, and the second part has to do with creative industries or creative economy, aware that these two blocks are complementary. On one side, you have concert, festivals, live music, and on the other hand, you have an industry of content, a music industry. Then you have perfumes that are locally produced, but also use of digital to create 3D experiences, immersive experiences.
Territoriales qui sont différentes mais complémentaires. Donc
I'm sorry, but I can't hear the speaker. He needs to bring the microphone closer. We'll intervene now.
Voilà, puisque ça permet aussi de générer des propriétés intellectuelles créatives qui sont exportables. Okay. Donc,
regarding the social conditions of success of a company, it needs to have actors that have a vision. And one of the things that we find among different clusters is the facilitation of community. You have this profession that is very important, the animators of the community, who need to be brought together to animate the debate, to be able to produce a good shared administration. These are different actors and different stakeholders that have different competences, coming from different cultures. They have this community, so-called animators, make easier the complementarity, the adoption of joint decisions.
Ok. Ok. Ensuite, au niveau des conditions techniques.
Then, regarding technical conditions or the legal framework provides that cooperative management among different stakeholders. In France, we have the 6 cooperative societies of collective interest that allow the holders of financial capital, and on the other side you have the community of artists, of entrepreneurs. So on one hand you have the finances, on the other hand you have the human capital, and we have noticed that this type of cooperation provides more success.
Very sorry. For me. Je dois vous parler aussi des conditions techniques.
I need to speak to you also about technical conditions.
Sorry, I can speak. I have to
I'd like to speak to you about technical conditions and some numbers about the shared governance in the cluster. You can use artificial intelligence there to organize a cooperative management. There are three key moments in this administration. With artificial intelligence, you can already capture the oral presentations of the actors. Then you have another moment, thanks to the AI, to restore in real time the stakeholders' debates. And then the third stage is to use numbers that provides this joint administration and joint performance.
The cluster.
I have two examples to illustrate my idea. The first example, it's a cluster in the perfume area, which is located in the south of France. It's a cluster of stakeholders that not only provide to creating jobs. This cluster, as I told you before, is positioned in the content industry, providing interactive experiences. Time is up. The last example I wanted to show is in the fashion field. It is a network of 500 enterprises, which allows actors to meet. There are also tools that help organize joint projects, and then we have the prototype of a digital textile, which helps in sharing sleeping resources in this activity. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fremo. I think you ended up with a real cluster, and you mentioned precisely these 3D processes in the manner of creation in the field of industry. And now our next speaker, Alexandra Filippo, will speak about that. She's a designer and the creative director of Black Bello, with over 20 years of experience in the fashion industry. Her studio combines art, fashion, and modern technologies to help clients save time, improve quality, and deliver collections faster. She's worked on collections for Alexander McQueen, Hugo Boss, Diesel, and many other leading European brands. And she'll talk about 3D design, virtual and augmented reality in fashion, and how technology is transforming the industry towards more sustainable practices. Thank you for the announcement. I'm Alexandra Filipova, designer, creative director of Black Bello, a brand bringing together fashion and technology. For several years now, we have worked on different solutions, and we have tried to find solutions that with help of the 3D design, will help fashion designs to design sustainable and effective, in a more sustainable, effective way. Our mission is to transform the traditional manner of creation of clothes with the help of digitalization and 3D designs. Do we really need a material to make our proto models? And can you see your next collection in 3D? When I did the first model in 3D, I realized that we don't need any material. While we can do hundreds of different models or versions before the final cut of the material. We do not speak here only of visualization. We speak of an interactive process that spares time, materials, and the digital design is a driver of sustainability and efficiency. All this means shorter process of development of different models, less waste, and a more efficient communication with clients. Why is change needed? Traditional production creates a lot of waste, a lot of expenses, and the 3D design is indispensable to be able to continue with the care for the environment. What you can see on the slide is a model where you have a 3D construction, and what you see here is the sewing of these constructive parts in order to be able to make a visualization of the avatar with by the client. And the 3D design is a necessary tool that are used in the world. This is here a novelty. I think that it will continue to develop. Instead of tens of examples, dozens of examples, as I said before, we do not need to do them, to create them physically. We can experiment with colors, with textures, with forms, so one model in several versions, and finally decide the version that will be part of the collection. So we don't need to throw the materials that usually end up in waste when creating the proto model. We can do only the model. We can create physically the model, only the model that we have decided after the 3D creation. Let me show you how a 3D design process looks like. First, we have the 3D design process. First, we design in Code 3D. Then we we have sample simulation, and then we start with production. Why is the 3D design important for the production itself? This is because during the creation of a model, the design of a model, you have a realistic simulation of the model. and the clients can see models wearing these designs in the 3D, and then only the most successful one and the most wanted one will be produced. So it is important to design smartly. What are our results and achievements and the impact with the 3D design? We have tested, we've done several tests, and we concluded that we have up to 80% reduction in sample costs. Collections are created much faster, the waste is minimal, and the communication with clients and the manufacturers is much more effective. How do we do this? Since the very start of the design, you can see by the material, the model, what is going to be, how much material will be used, and the costs. And you will be able to make an assessment if you need to add something, remove something, or maybe use the material in much higher percentage. This is why the digital fashion is not the future, it is the presence of a creation. Thank you, Alexandra. We will be able to speak about this also in the part with the questions. Now I'd like to give the floor to Irina Toshova, who is a Macedonian fashion designer who has, in 2012, has challenged the conventional boundaries of fashion, combining creativity with social responsibility. Her work demonstrates the power of fashion to support diversity, promote equality, and create harmony between the economy, environment, and society. Through her collections, shows and collaborations with organizations, artists, and artisans, she uses fashion as a tool for creative activism and fostering social change. She is among the leading voices for the circular economy in the country, encouraging responsible consumption and mentoring future designers. Her work has been recognized with the Sustainable Development Goals Leaders Award, Green Ideas, and awards, the Best Sustainable Fashion Award at Expo 2023 in Doha. And she will be speaking about the Macedonian perspectives on circular fashion, creative activism, and sustainable practices in the fashion industry.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to join this wonderful event and panel. Irina Toshova, fashion designer, activist, and sustainability activist. For 13 years of work cannot be really summarized in 5-minute presentation. I tried to do that. And today I will present to you today, and I called it Designing the Loop Round Round Baby, because I keep thinking that I'm going in circle, reusing the resources and rethinking the old crafts into a new fashion context and presenting the base material in immaterial heritage in a new fashion context. I'm not going to talk about sustainability and how important materials are when it comes to what we wear, but I will speak about buttons, because if you pay attention to the materials and then you use a simple plastic button, we kill the whole concept. So in my last for my last collection, I worked with jewelry designers. So the buttons were pebbles from the Ohrid beaches, and they were plated with silver, and they became jewelry. Also, we were using glass pieces that we found also on the beaches. They were no longer sharp because they were interesting, and somebody's garbage became my treasure. I had a collection called Oya, inspired by the Yuruks. It's a Turkish ethnic group living in the eastern parts of Macedonia, and their traditional costumes are very colorful, with lots of color and lots of flowers, and I would try to use. So we used plastic bottles for those small pieces that are used for decoration. In 2021, I won the competition Green Ideas using my brand, Minerina Toshava, and there was a myth that we mustn't use the textile waste from the factories. We as designers, we do not read laws. So if somebody says no, for us it's no. But then I learned that it wasn't true, and I started reusing the textile waste from the factories. I concluded a contract with 2 companies. They produce coats for DHL and for firefighters. So I was using their textile leftovers, and I use also some cotton waste, and then I produce wear for our pets, and also encourage our clients to bring us their old pieces of clothes that have some emotional value for them, and then I use it for patchwork, and I create pieces of clothes from patchwork. And it's not easy because it takes time in order to do the patch work. For example, the skirt you see is made from the shirts from her husband and son. And the other client is a young artist preparing for her first exhibition, and she brought some clothes from her mother, and I turned it into a skirt in order she wanted her mother to be with her during the exhibition. And also, I would like to encourage all the companies to use environmentally friendly approach to deal with the tote bags and those files that we don't really use them, and we can do other things. I also work with the prison Idrizova with no grants, with no funds. I managed to furnish a whole workshop in the female ward to teach the women how to sew, and a lot of citizens joined me, and we literally did circular economy. They donated sewing machines and materials, and we started selling products, and this is going to turn into a social company. This summer, I was part of a summer school in Turkey, where with various designers from the whole world, we were getting familiarized with the Turkish culture. But for us, it's very close because we were occupied by the Ottoman Empire for 500 years. So all most of these crafts came from Turkey. So I took with me a big rug with the Veles pattern, but the craft was Turkish, and it was branded in a way because the name of the weaver was woven on the rug. Her name was Velika. So I created a coat which is now in it has a museum value, and hopefully will end up in some of the museums. I would like to mention some public personalities who are involved in upcycling. I should mention Mia Perevska, who brought me some clothes from her late grandma, and we modified that coat to be modern with some accessories from her grandmother. And in a way, her grandma was hugging her during her first show as individual artist. Also, during last year's Fashion Week in Paris, decided to wear something I did, a piece that I produced together with the last producer of kilts in the old market. And I also used the leftovers and I turned it into a kind of a snake that turned into a top that she wore. Thank you for the intention. If you want to be in contact, you can follow me on the social networks and something might come up. Thank you. Irina? We will continue with the dialogue. There are other questions for you, but you mentioned a very important thing, and that's using the textile waste. Is already used in our country, and our fourth guest, Sanja Risteska, is using, but unfortunately it's the season of viruses and she got ill, but she wanted to share her experience, and she recorded her presentation. Before that, I want to say that she's an associate professor at the Department of Textile and Clothing at the Goce Delchev University in Štip, with over 16 years of teaching experiences in the field of textile and cloth design and technology. Her professional work includes over 60 published papers and more than 30 fashion shows and exhibitions. She's actively involved in over 12 national and international projects with a focus on sustainable fashion and circular design. She is a member of the University Senate of the Goce Delchev University, an active mentor of students, and she will speak about designing and experimenting and sustainable interventions in higher education and their application in the fashion and textile industry. Let us hear her presentation. Dear colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to be part of this panel discussion. Even though, unfortunately, I cannot attend the panel personally for health reasons, I'm trying to share our contribution with this audio recording when it comes to circular economy. Today, we've all been witnessing the transfer to circular economy, the circular model and concept, which says that we should keep the materials, but fast fashion imposed a negative trend of hyper-production of products that implied emergence of hyper-consumerism. And with the fast fashion, you have fast change in taste. And we find ourselves in a vicious circle and the only way out is to redirect the views of the citizens, to start looking at things as resources. And here's the question: do we really want to be remembered as people who lived in the era of textile waste and did nothing to change that? The fact is definite. We all need restart. The circular model tells us to keep the materials and find practical solutions. The practical solutions at our university and our faculty start with the education of our students. Education, because what textile waste means and what its impact on our environment. We teach our students that fashion is an art, or it's a wearable art, and these and the materials with not defined form can be turned into static works of art. Our students at the Department for Design in the first cycle of studies and design technology of fashion in the second cycle are involved in at least 2 projects annually where they work in the field of the reuse of the textile waste into new products through practical and fashionable solutions that they develop thanks to our communication with the textile companies, and where we get the textile waste and we turn them into fashion. We show that it can be reused, turned into a new piece of clothes, to be returned to the economy and to generate even profit. But at the moment we are working locally where huge quantity of the textile waste is created because our university is in the center of textile industry of our country, that's Skopje, where the companies generate huge amount of textile waste. That textile waste is being reused by our students in new pieces of clothes, which you can see from my presentation, and they present these clothes through innovative solutions during exhibitions and fashion weekends. But in order to do more in the field of innovation and contemporary ideas, we need support from European funds and programs for sustainable development, through which we hope we'll be able to procure contemporary equipment for reusing the textile waste. The European universities have mini labs with sewing machines that are and other machines that are used for reprocessing the textile waste, transforming the textile waste into fibers, which means that parts of the waste that we get from the factories would be reused into new pieces of clothes, mainly practically solutions, for example, in pillowcases, etc., while the rest could be used as filling for some of the products. In this way, we believe we can show innovation approach in the area of design, and we will reach the zero waste goal. Thank you for your attention, and I hope these panel discussions will result in new results, networking and cooperation. Thank you. The use of these materials should be essential. Advantage should be given to materials that have a low CO2 footmark, and use of recycling materials, recycled polyester, cotton, etc. The last century was marked by the synthetic revolution. Today, we live in an era of silent bio revolution, and peanut textile, the fiber which is produced from the leaves from plants. So the circular design supports the selection of recycling materials that are recyclable and reusable. It's very important when designing a product to pay attention to proper selection of construction models so that we can then reuse them. When it comes to the materials, we have to give advantage to local producers, because in doing that, we leave a smaller transportation footprint. and at the same time to use materials that last longer. When it comes to manufacturing materials, advantage have natural colors, natural dyes, to be careful about the use of water, and all the other ways of treating the materials. It's important to avoid toxic substances that are frequently used for the treatment of the materials, and chemicals that are toxic for our body are used, and they can cause changes at hormonal level and cause anxiety, depression, cancer, etc. So circular economy simply tells us to use materials that are standardized. The use of good certificate that ensures provides guarantee when it comes to protection of toxic substances. The design of a product should be a symbiosis of awareness and practicality. So the materials that are to be used to be in symbiosis with an ethical work. It means fair working conditions, using the optimum chain of transportation and not to produce more than necessary. I believe that the future of the textile design is to produce only what we wear.
When
it comes to the involvement of the students, I have to say that we are very pleased because the circular design is not just a theory but real practice. We started 5 years ago with the project Circular Economy as a method for dealing with textile waste, a project that ensured networking between the university, the NGO sector and the industry. The students have been were involved during the entire process, starting from collecting the materials till the production of the products. It was done in a very avant-garde way, but we didn't stop there. We continued with another project where, together with the Foundation for Development of the Local Community, we organized trainings, workshops, shows, trainings for the younger generation from the primary schools, and our students were training the children how to deal with textile waste. We had real solutions products, modules that were produced by the students. Many workshops were organized, workshops with people with disabilities, with special needs, secondary school students, and all that was presented at exhibitions and fashion shows. As I mentioned, the students organize 1 to 2 fashion shows, participating at fashion weekends in Štip and Skopje. We always try our students to learn through innovation. We encourage them to offer new concepts that could be applied in the real sector. Some of those solutions you can see today here in front of you. These 3 models were produced by the students. These are practical examples how textile waste can be turned into haute couture models with huge involvement of handwork. We always encourage students to improve their visibility, communication skills, and self-presentation. We believe that our students are very sensitive to changes in design and the models. We believe that new generation of students will create a fashion with value, will focus on quality and not quantity.
Our students, we always try for our students to be able to transform their vision into reality. We hope that the models that have been presented in front of you today have embraced you, because they have been sown with a lot of effort. Through these models, we have achieved to come to zero waste and to use 20 to 30 meters of waste material. Thank you on your concentration and attention, because it's not the same to hear the audio and to be present together here and speak live. This is why I put her the two questions that I would put to her if she were here. So let's go back to the panel now.
Првиот сет на прашања започнувам секако со господинот Фремо.
I start with Mr. Freno. My question to you is how the Les Arbres de Talent encourages talents, collective intelligence. How do they encourage the collective intelligence?
Il est important déjà que chacun puisse prendre
It is important that everybody becomes aware of their own talents,
c'est-à-dire de ses aspirations personnelles.
of their own aspirations, vocation.
Pour ça, il s'agit de
For that,
confronter
it is necessary to confront different experiences, meet different people that can share their desires and their to work in a given profession. So this is an initial stage.
Et il puisse aussi partager ses connaissances, partager ses
So sharing experience and knowledge, and give legitimacy to the position, to be asked and to be engaged by contracted by others. Once everybody express their talent, then we generate this tree of talents,
communauté d'intérêt.
which is which are multiple talents from different fields. This can be an actor, or this can be children from a school or from a different community. They come together, and once this tree is constructed and through the expression of each one of their talents, we can start with the implementation, be it with the complementarity of talents to build a project, or after a complementarity of offer and demand. And as I said before, once the facilitators engage to make this contacts and organize this democracy and organize the community to produce collectively goods and services. There are animators of the community who, through their support, they put actors together around joint projects to be able to mobilize transversal teams, because these are people that may not meet physically because they are in different buildings, in different professions, and they are cross because of the institution. So this tree actually allows to have these transversal groups, people that normally wouldn't meet, but they have this complementary talent, and this helps bringing them together, as I said.
Ви благодарам многу. Прашањата за
Thank you very much. The next question for Ms. Alexandra. You already explained well the process of using the 3D design in the textile industry and in the model creation. What I would like to know is what are the advantages of this type of work? As I said before, The 3D design in fashion is a real transformation and enables us to see the models from the very conception. We actually physically produce the model. And this is one of the main advantages, which saves time, expenses, printing, paper, materials, and so on and so forth. And gives a lot of freedom in experimenting. Thank you very much, Alexandra. Fashion designer, I have a challenging question for you. You may be able to answer, because we have to do here with the whole concept of fashion in Macedonia. According to you, how is the actual fashion stage being changed with these approaches? As far as my approach is concerned, I think I said enough. And as far as the local fashion stage, I think we have a wave of new designers coming, where having in the core of their work circular economy and sustainability. Myself, I have a project myself. It's third year for women entrepreneurship that include all the textile secondary schools. And as a mentor, I teach them about sustainable fashion, about different techniques of manual work, of handcraft, and they would be very ready for the work market. And this will enable each one of them to find a way for old handcrafts to be modernized. We have this Fashion Week Skopje this weekend. There are a lot of new names, and then we read the collection inspirations. They all spoke about sustainability, circularity. I think things are moving forward step by step, and I think that myself and my colleagues who started at the beginning to work in this field, we have opened the path. But I think that we can all support each other and help each other. The second set of questions for Mr. Fremo. Your, let's say, research or production in this software tool is fascinating to me, because it seems to bring together isolated processes of different talents and profiles who in a normal process wouldn't be brought together, wouldn't work together. And this opens the possibility for a new type of communication through self-government, through open, democratic environment in the process of creation, but also in the process of work in creation of different types of products or decision-making. Can this be indeed implemented in the education process, and how, if yes? In the education process, these tools are specifically adapted to develop an emancipatory and progressive approach, where every student is recognized as a person that can teach the other. For example, in a class, this can be young students or older ones that lack self-confidence. We will invite them to extracurricular activities and convey them to other students. This is an organization of education in circle, where every contributor to this circle can bring a knowledge drawn from their experience, or from reading a book. They can share this experience, this knowledge, while the teacher accompanies the group and helps the group to reconstruct the knowledge from their own experience, from the experience of what each one of them, and from their center of interest.
Благодаря много.
Thank you. We proceed with Alexandra. The first part we spoke about the advantages. This is also part of the advantages. How this approach affects the reduction of waste and costs in the textile industry. Yes. With the 3D design, you can see everything in advance, something that you are not able to see if you do them in the traditional way of creating clothes. And up to the usage of materials up to 90% is really important, and this is a way to care for the environment. As a company, we cooperate with companies from Sweden, from Germany. These are countries for whom it is important, from whom environment protection is very important. And this model is very much recognized and used. So this is a way to avoid unutilized materials. Irina, you gave a good explanation of the practice of reuse of materials. What other practices would you offer? You mentioned you have the new young designers coming. First, let me mention an example for every citizen, and this is the path of a T-shirt. We all have T-shirts. This T-shirt, we wear this T-shirt. We wear it outside when new, then we wear it home when it gets older, then it becomes a cloth for cleaning. So this is a simple example that every citizen does. So this is this recycling process. We have also this patchwork technique, the service I offer to all the interested clients, although it's quite demanding. These are already ready-made clothes that you need to cut. You need to be careful how you cut it and how you put them together, different patches from different clothes. This requires experience. Then I would like to mention that all that are interested in these new techniques, I would like to invite them to come to our workshops. The objective is how citizens can learn how to reuse and reapply used materials. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. For following this panel dedicated to digital industry. I would like to mention that something that was mentioned in the presentation of Mr. Freno. It's very good when we have this kind of events of sharing good practices and experiences, and this practice we discussed. I spoke to Mr. Freno about this practice before the session. Somewhere out of France, and he said that yes, this is already implemented out of France. So this could be an encouragement maybe to test this practice in education, local self-government, in the work of different companies. It would be interesting to see how this would work in the sphere of fashion industry, the field of our other panelists. As it was mentioned in the beginning of this conference, it is the fashion industry that represents one of the major pollutants of the environment. With the examples that were presented here, we have proven that the fashion industry can develop. There are practices with, there are examples with 80% of reduction of waste and costs. We have the possibility, or we have the availability of different formats and ways in which, once the waste is created, how to restore it in the process of production. And of course, there is the creation by demand, on demand, of materials that leave lower footprint. Thank you. Thank you for all the participants to the second panel. And to Violeta Kachakova for her vision. Now we continue with the panel for innovative solutions. The moderator Marta Nomoska-Grnarova, entrepreneur of Savar, who transformed engineering, transformed with a vision. Let's welcome Marta Nomoska-Grnarova. I hope we won't keep you hungry for too long, since we are late, but you can take coffee at any time. The concept is free in that regard. Let me first welcome all of you here today and thank the organizer who honored me with heading this panel. I think that we have an excellent group of speakers, and it's a topic which is interesting and which can be discussed extensively. Creative industries, by definition, by default, are always have the task to respond to modern challenges, and as we know, waste and pollution are major challenges. I would like to introduce now our speakers. I have Ms. Anna Trivkovic, co-founder of Bifrost from Serbia, an entrepreneur in the field of climate technologies with a formal education in electrical engineering, engineering for new energy sources, motivated by the desire to develop bold and scalable solutions. She has worked on 3 green startups: an IoT device for animals, a blockchain energy solution, and is currently developing a biodegradable material made from hemp. As a former entrepreneurship coordinator in Serbia, she managed support programs, learning platforms, and cross-sector initiatives with the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. Ms. Trivkovic, you have the floor.
I'll speak in English, if that's fine.
Oh, I have a clicker. Thank you so much. It's so unfair to be shortly before the break, so I'm going to keep it short. I'm here to present Bifrost. Bifrost is actually helping agricultural producers to reduce their plastic usage by producing a biodegradable material, actually a replantation pot that biodegrades completely. And our whole team gathered to fight a well-known challenge that I'm sure that we're all here really very well aware of, and that is plastic pollution. But I'm not sure that you know that an average person consumes 5 grams of micro and nanoplastics every week. And that is actually the amount of 1 credit card. So we intake this every week. So it is present in our bodies and it causes various metabolic abnormalities. But since this single-use plastic is so deeply rooted in today's society, it would be almost impossible to ban it completely. That's why we need a different approach, a material that is biodegradable. And we at Bifrost made this material that biodegrades in just 180 days, but without the composting procedure or the presence of air. Over there. So the EU Parliament has already sealed a ban of producing single-use plastics and products out of single-use plastics. So now is the perfect time to start. Always is the perfect time to start, but now is really, really important. And why actually hemp? Hemp is actually deeply rooted in our tradition as well. Yugoslavia was once the 3rd biggest exporter of industrial hemp in the world, and it's really present here in North Macedonia as well. I'm sure that your grandparents worked a lot with industrial hemp. But as a plant, it's actually 3 times stronger than polypropylene. It's actually biting 3 times more CO2 from the atmosphere than the forest of the same area. So it's really good for the carbon footprint. It grows really quickly. In just 3 months, it's already a grown plant. And it can be cultivated almost anywhere. Plus, it enriches the soil. So naturally, because of these benefits, our first pilot product is actually a replantation pot. I have it over here. I can also give it through so you can actually feel it and touch it. And you actually plant, yeah, thanks. You actually put it directly into the ground. It dissolves, and it actually, while it dissolves, it feeds the plant. It enriches the soil, and we also have data that shows how much and why is that important. Of course, we're not the only ones who make any kind of biodegradable material, but what sets us apart is that we really use 100% natural materials, and it's really 100% biodegradable. But most importantly, we use byproducts from 2 different industries, from the hemp industry and the food industry, which means we're lowering the carbon footprint and reducing plastic waste at the same time. This brings us to our LCA study, life cycle analysis study, that shows that while producing every kilogram of our material, we're actually reducing 1.169 kilograms of CO2 from the atmosphere. So the whole procedure is green. And then in the end, I just want to quickly show you where we are and what's happening by now. So by now, we have already produced our production line. So we have a set of 3 machines that we have patented to produce this material. And we had our first proof of concept over there. And then we have actually proven on this last picture over here, you can see a really, really old injector molding machine where we actually showcased that it is possible to use it on conventional machines for producing plastic. So right now we're modifying these machines, and this actually means that we can scale our production from 20 minutes for 1 piece to 3 pieces in 1 minute. So that reduces the cost and actually makes that it makes sense. And this is our new production line. This is this machine and the product that you see and can feel and touch. I guess this is it that I have from my Yeah, so we are Bifrost and we invite you to build a greener future together. Thanks.
Одлично, Александра. Уште кога се припремавме за конференцијата извонредна приказна, се надевам дека ќе стане секојдневие во кратко време. А имам чест да ви го представам следниот говорник, со кого за прв пат имаме запознаено 2004 година на истиот овој саем, Скопски саем, меѓутоа саемот за мебел, бидејќи како основач и собственик на фирмата Акрон за вградени плакари. Меѓутоа во меѓувреме инспириран од како и сите предприемачи сите добри предприемачи би рекла и свесни, отвори една сосема нова дивизија на Акрон, која што се занимава со рециклирање на стаклени производи, Акрон стакло. Инаку уште еден инженер, машински инженер по едукација од областта на производно инженерство и со над 20 години искуство во водење и развој на компанијата со специјализирани обуки за корпоративен менеджмент во Јапонија и Грција. Александар, повели.
Thanks, Martha. So let's keep this truly international. I'll speak in English as well. We have two panelists here that are not Macedonian. And are the money people here? I guess they are English-speaking people, most of them. I think everybody understands. So, yes, I'm from Akron. Martha gave a very good introduction. I'll be time efficient. Is this working? Okay. Glass is unique material by many parameters. On one side, it can be recycled endlessly into new glass products without diminishing any of its characteristics. A bottle can be produced over and over and over and over into a new bottle, without any loss of quality, etc. But on the other side, dumped on the landfill, it is very, very negative. First of all, it's very, very undegradable. Dumped on the landfill, it can be for thousands and thousands of years. And especially bottles and jars, when you dump them on there, they take a lot of volume, they reduce lifespan, life expectancy. And on the other hand, in hot summer days, when you have strong sun rays, when they get onto spherical glass, from a bottle or something, it acts like a magnifying glass. And then you have, in a landfill, you have these gases, this methane gases that the landfill produces. So when these X-rays get multiplied by glass, you get self-ignition on the landfills, and then we say, oh, somebody set fire on the landfill. It doesn't necessarily have to be so. It just self-ignites because glass is very, very wrong on the landfills. Now, to understand glass, many people are unaware that only from an old bottle you can produce a new bottle. We also have window glass that is widely used, but from old window glass you cannot produce a new bottle because they differ in chemical composition. For new bottles, only very, very limited quantities, very strongly controlled quantities of flat glass can be transformed into new bottles. And transforming old bottles into new bottles is the right way to do it because, as I mentioned earlier, it has many benefits. I have limited time to talk about that. So basically, in our neighborhood, we have 3 packaging glass plants in Bulgaria, and most of the packaging glass, old bottles and jars, end up there for production in new bottles and jars, which is good. But what about the flat glass? We produce a lot of waste flat glass, and in Akron, in Skopje, we have concentrated in making products that are used in several other industries. We have a whole closed technological project facility that is unique for this part of Europe. I see my time is very, very limited. And what do we do with it? Basically, we work for different industries from this flat waste glass. One of the main industries is artificial engineered stone, a very, very new product that is marking exponential use on the Anglo-Saxon markets. The next one is glass for water filtration. In swimming pools and spa centers, you know, the water circulates all the time, it passes through a filter. The best media for filtration of the water is glass because it's bioinert, chemically neutral, etc. Then we produce also glass abrasive for the sandblasting industry. You know, when you treat metal surfaces, etc. And then as a byproduct, we also have glass powder that is used as an additive in chemical industry that provides better properties of the finished product. Packaging glass is more or less covered with the green dot system. Flat glass needs very little of it ends in recycling. And basically we have done a proof of concept, but in order to get more serious quantities, we need to upscale, and for that funding is needed. Thank you.
Благодаря много. Инспиративно се...
Thank you very much. It's quite inspiring. I hope that by the end of this panel, we will be able to speak further on. I would like now to present Ms. Karaevska-Dimovska. She is an expert with experience in waste management, circular economy, digitalization of public services, employment, and green jobs at GIS, North Macedonia. She has extensive experience at regional, national, local levels in advising ministries, local authorities, public utilities, private companies, and civil society organizations from the Western Balkans. She is actively involved in supporting public-private cooperation through mechanisms established by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, aligning development policy with investments and innovation opportunities of the private sector. And she will speak about business models in the circular economy and bio-waste.
Thank you for the introduction and for the invitation to participate at this conference and the opportunity to present what we managed through the implementation of one of the projects under the what we have managed with the support by Germany. Pilot for the bio-waste management coming from the production of wine and grapes, a project that was funded by the Federal Ministry for Economic Development and Development of Germany, and in cooperation with Bovin company. The implementation involved also the office of the German Association for International Cooperation, and as well as the research and policy research and development center. It seems that this is the old presentation, not the expanded one, but that's fine. I will just briefly tell you what was it about when we were implementing the project. Huge quantities of bio-waste result from the production of grapes and wine, and the project involved a huge number of experts that managed to establish the quantity of bio-waste that is produced at the vineyards, and especially in the Tikvesh region. And based on the findings, it was established that between 1 to 2 tons of biomass per hectare are produced in this region, and the biomass consists of leaves and branches, and 25% are basically the pomace. So the question is what to do next with this biomass when producing wine. The experience has shown that biomass and bio-waste is basically burned out at the vineyards, which only results in pollution, and as many here said, the waste should be raw materials, should be reused in order to create new opportunities from the branches and the pomace at the vineyard of Bovin. With the help of the experts and the lab, they managed to produce 2 prototypes of these biomass for potential new products. We are talking about pellets and a natural fertilizer that later were worked on in order to find out what else we can produce out of it from this biomass collected at the vineyards. So as part of the project, we developed 6 separate business models for the production of flour, oil, pellets, and natural fertilizer, as I already mentioned, and also a business model for public-private partnership that we believe would be most adequate for the region, for the Tikvesh region, and cooperation between the public and private section. So the problem was identified that there is a big biomass that is being destroyed, and the solution was offered by developing these 6 business models, where the business model for turning the branches that come after tailoring the vineyards. Briquettes are being produced, and with the help of, with the support by the Kavadarci mayor, he bought part of those briquettes. You can see it on the second picture. And fortunately, in Rosoman, there is a plant, only one startup company that decided to invest in this direction. The briquettes were taken to one of the primary schools in Kavadarci, and there, with the help of the equipment that the University of Stip has, with the support of UNDP, there was measuring from the combustion when you have combustion of the briquettes in comparison to wood, oak wood, without any supplements. So the measuring showed that the briquettes reduced the emissions from the from burning the briquettes in comparison to burning wood. There is a plant that could be expanded, and we can have a new product, briquettes that could be used for heating schools and even homes and public institutions, not only in the Turkish region, but further. The other presentation, I hope they will share that one. We have a list of 9 steps that we undertook in order to achieve what we wanted. From the moment of collecting the branches, that's a problem. There was a machine that was used because it manages to collect the branches from among the within the vineyard, and then the transport is also another issue. So they are taken to the plant, and that's where they're used to produce brackets. Raising awareness is also very important because if we want to protect the environment, that's why we organize several workshops, not only with the 3 public companies, utility companies in the region, but also with the wineries, with the grape producers, showing them that there is a way how to deal with the bio-waste from the vineyards. So everybody, of course, there are many benefits when it comes to the circular approach, but also there are some challenges that need to be overcome. The ideas do exist, they are transferred, but the awareness of the wineries and the people needs further development in order to avoid to always opt for the easiest solution and to burn the branches instead of using them. Thank you. Now let us continue with the support by the French Cultural Center. We are pleased to have Abhinav Agarwal. I apologize for mispronouncing the name. I found a frugal company from France, an innovation consultant based in Paris, specializing in frugal innovation, transforming constraints into opportunities for positive and meaningful change. He works with both public and private sector in France to foster sustainable people-centered innovation. He believes that the future lies in agent-based and people-centered innovations, helping the institutions to deal with complex problems in a creative and conscious way. And he will speak about the French perspective on innovation and how constraints can become opportunities for positive change as seen in France. You may take the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the French Institute for having invited me and to all the partners. I'd like to present you some examples from France. What you see here is, innovation is called, it is a strategic tool that was inspired by the philosophy of war of Sun Tzu. Gore gledate, up you see the chain of value, and on X you see the maturity of a product, of a concept that goes from the stage of youth to commodity. What I want to present here is the following. In 2007, all products sold in Europe have to have a traceability from A to set of life cycle, durability, recovery, and recyclability. And how do we do this? In 60,000 enterprises with hundreds of suppliers and distributors. The first information is ESPR, is the regulation eco-design for eco-sustainable design that will be established in 2027 for batteries, textile, for iron, steel, tires, and some other family of products. For that, there is this so-called passport. It's a digital product passport, where each product will have a QR code or an NFC tag to trace all the data of how much energy has each product consumed at every stage and to facilitate the logistical inverse chain. To do this, every problem is an opportunity for an innovation. This the industry 4.0 represented with raised reality, artificial reality will allow this traceability. In France, there is an enterprise that has created a cluster in south of France for the automobile industry to this is an incubator, an ecosystem of all stakeholders of car industry. We have also agent AI, agentic AI, which is a group of tools. In industry, we call this manufacturing execution systems. Give a command where just a command can facilitate the traceability. There is Michelin, who is one of the leaders in this domain, who has implemented a system of traceability and recyclability of tires. We collect a lot of data. To use all this technology, we also need a decarbonized energy, and all this can work only by the human creativity. Circular economy is how to resolve a problem through human, and then we see this material chain. Up you have the innovative materials based on polymers, metals, and natural resources, including the recycled materials like bifrost. It's an innovative material, so this is how can allow the coordination of a complexity and simplify what normally would take 7 or 8 years. Today with LIA, North Macedonia could do in 3 or 4 years. Today, North Macedonia this is not a challenge, this is more of an opportunity to strategically cooperate with Europe and become regionally competitive. Thank you.
Навистина инспиративно. Последниот говорник за денеска, вонреден професор Трајче Велковски. Добро дојдовте на овој панел на Машинскиот факултет при УКИМ од областа на индустријски менеджмент и иновации. Вклучен е во над 50 истражувачки меѓународни проекти, има објавено над 80 публикации, координатор е на бизнис центарот на стартапи на УКИМ, менаџер на Центарот за вонредност на зелени иновации во Скопје и коосновач на Националниот центар за развој на иновации и предприемничко учење.
co-founder of the National Center for Innovation Development and Entrepreneurship Learning, where he was part of the support for the establishment of over 60 startups, and will speak about the practical examples. Thank you, Marta. Thank you all for showing interest for this panel, and to all the speakers for the previous examples. I don't have stage fear, but always I fear the ticking of the time, because as a professor I always have this 45 minutes. But I will try to touch upon everything that has been said so far. But I was fortunate to attend all the previous panels, so I'm very pleased that we have really interesting examples of circular economy in Macedonia. There are many others, but because of the red light ticking there, I cannot list all. This, you probably know this guy, but he said a very interesting thing. He said we cannot solve problems using the same thinking that we used when we created them. We all have plastic bottles of water in front of us, and unfortunately, the use of it is so huge that there is nowhere to get rid of them. Maybe the only way to is if we stop producing plastic. I come from the Department for Plastic Manufacturing, but I'm focused more on industrial management, where we work on creative and sustainable solutions. And these plastic bottles in front of you, I don't know whether you're aware, but 50 years ago was greatest innovation of the time. But today it is the greatest problem of the world, and the best business solutions are the ones that will manage to find a way how to get rid of the plastic. I have attended thousands of hackathons, different tons, that basically comes down to provide practice for the students how to be part of the circular economy. Believe me, the efforts made to produce something plastic was to produce a comb. Why did they do that? It was an attempt to save the world, because before that it was produced from the shell of a turtle, and in an attempt to save the species created additional problem, greatest problem today. It's been very helpful in our day-to-day life, but at the time the innovators were not thinking what would happen with their innovation 50 years later. To avoid a similar mistake, in order to make younger generations think differently from us, starting from my personal example, about 15 years ago, I started teaching my students when they establish a new business, the profit should be number one. And if it's not a business that earns the money, it's this charity organization. I wasn't fully right. Up to a certain level, I was right. It's important to earn money, but also society and the social aspect is equally important when you establish a business and create innovation. And we started talking about social entrepreneurship, developing businesses that are socially responsible before the people. And finally, we came to a conclusion that apart from money and people, environment is equally important when you develop innovations. Why is it important? I have a video that I will skip now, if you could help me. Why is it important? it's important because what we develop today and what we teach our students and future innovators is that what they will create today should be sustainable and will remain for thousands of years without creating problems for the environment. What we see here is that innovating is a combination of brains and materials. The more brains you use, the less materials you need. And I hope there will be more brilliant ideas like the one presented today. And by using more brains, we will reduce the use of natural resources, especially the ones that pollute the environment. Thank you. I would also like to thank you. We will try to stimulate topics that emerge from all these presentations so far. So the first thing that comes to my mind, I will start with Anna, and I would like to know this cup that it's a product of yours, what's its price, what phase have you reached so far? You mentioned the time, how time-consuming it is, so what it means in money and what should be the next step to make it more accessible for everybody.
I'm going to answer in English. So, what is really important that we're producing a biomaterial, but a single-use biomaterial. There are many who asked us, oh, can you produce this or that from our material? But then the aim is actually not to change people's behavior, is actually to offer them an alternative. Because we were talking during this whole event about like how hard it is to actually change people's minds and their behaviors of what they do. So that's actually the main thing where we start from, okay? We're not changing their behaviors. Instead of using this single-use plastic product, you can use bifrost material. So that's the start of it. And actually, in the very beginning, my aim is actually to make single-use packaging for food, because this is where we as a team have seen actually the biggest impact that we can do and offer, because it's whenever you order food, you get it in a single-use plastic and then wrapped in plastic and then in a plastic bag. So we have seen that there is a really big opportunity there. But then entering this market, especially for a startup that's producing a biomaterial that has not been used before, it's really hard to get all of the certificates to be in contact with food, and it's really expensive as well to do it. So that's why our first pilot product is the replantation pot that I mentioned. And you asked me about like where we are right now. So hopefully shortly before the entrance in the market. So we're still pre-revenue, pre-market. But we're right now testing our product with agricultural producers, and they're giving us feedback. How is it for them? By now, it's really positive. So hopefully, it's going to continue, and we're going to enter with this product in the market soon.
Thank you very much. Always the main thing about innovation and startups, when they are going and how they are going to enter some bigger market, and are they going to survive. So this is also something that it's not only startups, also about innovation is the only. So Alexander, since you already talked to speak in English, in your case, how many products do you develop? Because you stop a little bit. Where do you see biggest potential in developing products from glass?
Well, there is one thing that unites everybody here today in circular economy, and that is choosing to recycle or to reuse is costly. It is connected with costs, but choosing not to do it is even more costly. So, but the thing is, as you said, you need to take care of any business must consider costs and money and how much everything that you produce is market oriented. Somebody has to value it and to pay for it. And reaching to that point where you have business sustainability, where you can cover your expenses and start creating profit, this is a topic that we cannot ignore. Even though all of us here that are in circular economy do a magnificent job, I don't know, environmentally friendly and ecology oriented, etc., 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 but we still have to take in consideration the costs. So, as I mentioned, the best thing from an old product to produce new product, especially from glass, but what we produce is only what the market can accept and that we can sell, and we have to take care of this sustainability issue when we develop new products.
Thank you very much. Gospodja Aleksandra, mi je žal zaradi...
I'm sorry about the presentation, Ms. Alexandra, because it's an interesting project. I just didn't understand how you produce the briquettes. What kind of technology do you use, or is it done by manually? The process is not manual. As I said, there was a plant on one of the slides. You could have seen it, but basically the startup started with old machines, and they developed this whole process of manufacturing the briquettes, from cutting up to connecting the material and mild baking so that the product could be used on. Excellent. Is this startup still functional, and has it managed to develop further to get the raw materials? The last information I have, it's still there, it's functional. I believe they even were in a phase of getting a license for a new product that they were planning to place on the market. There is interest both among the public and private businesses for implementing these kind of business models, but it's still rather slow. I mentioned before that transportation is another problem, collecting the branches and packaging them, it's a problem. But what does Mac House do? They manage to produce certain quantity of briquettes that can be used. Well, they should also invest in collecting or assisting with collecting in order to ensure sustainability of their business. I agree. The assessments show that the treatment of the bio-waste from the production of grape and wine, that is up to the production of brackets, could result in a 6 million worth of business. So even investing in infrastructure and dealing with certain obstacles, but it's worth thinking about it. So I mentioned some of the business models, such as public-private partnership, especially in a region where you have a production not only of wine but also fruits. Thank you. Mr. Abhinov, in your presentation you mentioned the passports of the products, some new regulation which will go into effect in 2027. Maybe in that context, companies that are powerful enough, that are interested in export, would be forced to think about circularity of their products as well. So that synergy with this type of startups could be a step closer to getting a better placement. Let's say, what do you think about this? And do you have some French examples that you could share and you think that could be applicable here?
Donc effectivement, pour que le
Digital
Product Passport soit un succès,
for the digital passport to be a success, there must be alliances. It is necessary for enterprises to cooperate across industries, small and big industries throughout the whole value chain. And this is also an issue of competitiveness within the European Union and in the region. Both. This is not going to be a choice whether to apply it or not. The traceability of these processes is quite hard. Let me give you an example. In France, there is a back market which repairs phones and computers, and it is one of the best success stories in Europe. And there are also such cases in the textile. There is a cluster, I don't remember the name now. Then you have Carpios in terms of plastic recycling. So yes, there are a lot of cases. We need this multi-partners cooperation to stay competitive. Thank you. Mr. Trajča. What do you think is the current readiness of the Macedonian industry to apply circular economy in its daily processes? Do you have any experience or cooperation? Thank you for your question. Can I stop the time with this remote here? No. I thought so. Macedonian companies do not have such a remote to stop time as well. As you could see, the previous speaker as well said that this will reach us very fast. EIT standards have postponed the final date, but this was mostly because of the part in the supply chain. All the suppliers had to adapt. Most of the Macedonian companies exporting in Europe or around the world will need to adapt to this circular economy and will need to adapt their principles in that way. The answer is very simple. Unfortunately, they won't be asked. They will just need to follow the trends. And they will be required to follow this circular economy. Let me go back to a very simple example. For the first time in my life, I heard about circular economy in a domestic environment. I opened the fridge and I saw that in an ice cream box, I was very happy. I was young. I was very happy that there was ice cream in this box. But when I opened the box, that used to exist. I'd like to mention the example of Irina with the T-shirts. I have two young children. We have the following situation. First, we have a different situation. The T-shirt is first worn by the eldest son, and then by the second, and then they are recycled to cleaning cloths. This reuse is not the major innovation in the world, but unfortunately, there are a lot of parts of the world that are not used to this circular economy, and and they are a big consumer. So if the world lived as one average American, we would need 7 planets. And we don't have 7 planets. We have this only planet, Earth, and we need to protect it. All these measures taken are precisely this. This is red again, I'm sorry. In our education system, let me mention the engineering machinery of mechanical engineering faculty. We exercise competencies with our students. These are these competencies that will help build this sustainable economy here. Recently, we organized an employment fair where we organized a panel discussion with the companies that were presented there on which sustainability competencies competencies are needed by the companies that we can offer as education institutions to make them ready for that market. So we need to adapt both the companies to this sustainable economy and us as education institutions to prepare our future students to respond to those demands. Very good. Let's go the other way around now. Mr. Arpinov, how do you think that in this context the AI could help? Because we are speaking of innovation, so
what do you think artificial intelligence can help in order to be support towards easier circularity? We have the point from the professor, how the university can prepare the future employees towards circularity. What can AI do?
Donc, comme
Isto je kako moj susjed tukaj gospodin. Just the same as my professor here. If we use more soap, we need to use less materials, and this is the idea of the frugal example.
Et c'est là que l'IA générative peut être plus ingénieuse avec les contraintes.
Значи, вещашката интелигенция може да помогне много. The artificial intelligence can help a lot in this respect, because today it is not enough. We all need to make an effort. But if we want to accelerate this transition, we need to go to a scale that only artificial intelligence can help us do.
Ja se izvinувам, малко имам проблем со уредица преведување, ми се губи контактот.
I'm sorry, I have some issues with my headset.
Кој би биле покрај овој пример што го споделивте од вашето?
Alexandra, what would be
можеле да го издвоите?
What would be an example that you could single out? What you think would be the next steps for our companies? From what we have done within the project, from the 6 business models, I can say that the production of briquettes rose the most interest, but also the natural fertilizers, because this would be more adequate for the product to return where it originated from. What we have suggested and recommended is that only through joining forces and together we can have this new product and use the bio waste. And I hope that this message or lesson will stay, and that they will establish that they are not left alone, that they can join forces, and that this is the easier way to reach the product they want or the business model. There is this product offers benefits in a variety of industries. All it needs is little more will and joining forces. The universities are, of course, at their disposal, and they need to avail of that readiness. Alexander, do you think that in our legislative system a regulation is missing that would stimulate the circular economy and would speed up the process? There is a lot of regulation, but it's not being implemented. Do you know why we have problems with hygiene in Skopje? We could see in the days that Skopje is drowning in waste. And the problem is very simple. They have no vehicles. Actually, they do have vehicles, but 95% are out of order. Why? Because people throw construction waste, glass. People throw a lot of glass, and it is prohibited by law that glass or construction waste should be to be thrown in the container. So everybody's speaking about the waste, and nobody says what is the problem. And there is a regulation for that. But it seems that we fail to find a way to implement that regulation. Also, the waste generators. We have lack of inspectors, but there is one solution. If we want to implement it, Macedonia has 2 million inspectors. All people that have a cell phone with a camera just open a hotline to report everyone that pollutes, maybe a car in front of you, or somebody throwing somewhere. If you do not, then you would have 2 million of inspectors. But this is something that we need to decide as a society, that yes, this was enough. It's enough for glass or construction waste to be thrown in the container, breaking the vehicles. Yes, we do have a regulation, but it's not being implemented. Can we bring glass to your company directly? Yes, yes. A lot of citizens actually do that. A lot of companies also. They bring their glass waste here. I didn't have enough time for my presentation, and I couldn't say that 20% of the industrial glass we generate is, and only 20% ends up in recycling. For the packaging glass, we have Pacomac, but they have a budget to do that. So handling waste costs money. This money needs to come from somewhere, because the system of collecting waste costs. So not every kind of waste is profitable in the same way that once you recycle it, you'll have a budget to continue with your work. But again, as I said before, failure to handle the waste costs more. This is, of course, regulated in different manners depending on the country, but here, unfortunately, the existing legislation is not being implemented or respected. Thank you.
Miss Anna, the last question of this panel.
Последното прашање на овој панел.
How do you think the collaboration among startups? Do you see it as an opportunity to help each other to grow? How and in what
Most definitely, yeah, thanks. Most definitely, as we have talked about it this whole time, there is a huge challenge that we need to overcome, and as well a huge opportunity. So whenever we talk about the people who are doing similar or same things, I don't see them as competitors. I see them as somebody that we can partner with. So, for example, through the EIT Climate Kick program, we had an opportunity to actually connect with 10 startups that are doing similar things or tackling the same challenge. It doesn't need to be they're producing a biomaterial, but they're tackling the same challenge. So working with them, having the opportunity to talk with them, to reach out to their contacts maybe, it's a great thing that we work with the same mission. So I also have an example right now. We're part of the Green Up Accelerator that's taking place in Serbia, but it's also supported. We have an opportunity to reach out to their researchers, this network, and over there we have connected with one startup that's doing something similar that our colleague mentioned with the bio waste material, and they're at the very beginning of their journey. And they needed some machines to try out something that they needed to produce. So we offer them our machines to work together, but on the other side they had some connections with the university for us to test our own material. So instead of doing the same thing all over again, we can work together and offer each other support to develop it more quickly. So I don't see them as competitors.
Thank you for this. My question is, the order of posing the question was not by chance. I believe that in this spirit we can close this panel, even though there are so many other things we can discuss. I believe a very important thing for the entire audience here, for all the businesses here, is the awareness about the circular economy. Even if the company is not a polluter, there is always something that the company can improve. We have the universities, the faculties available, as well as many other projects with which we can initiate joint activities, promote ideas and projects that in the future could turn into something that is applicable. Alexandra mentioned the cooperation between the public and private sector, but support the idea that we shouldn't always wait for somebody else to resolve the problems. That's how innovation emerges. While waiting to find for a solution, we come up with our own. There was an excellent example with the use of the same machine. Then also imagine that in the industry we have really expensive machines. So why should we always procure our own? Maybe certain types of expensive technology to be used by different companies, 5 or 10 companies within a 24-hour span. So I will vote and inspiration for everybody who is here at this fair for greater circularity. Thank you. I would also like to thank you as a host. I would like to invite you for some lunch. My dear colleagues will show you the way to the boarding hall. I'll see you. We'll be back here at 3:15.
Завършихме ли на време?
We're constantly bombarded with society's challenges and the issues we have to overcome. We need ideas that can make a difference. If you've got one, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology can support you to turn it into a real solution. The EIT powers entrepreneurs, innovators, and students through their entire innovation journey, helping them generate change wherever they are in Europe. Business, education, and research unite with the EIT's support to create innovation hubs. There, ideas grow into products, services, and jobs that tackle global issues for a greener, healthier, and digital future. Make a difference. Innovate with us. EIT, making innovation happen.
As an engineer, Christina finds solutions to problems. So when she discovered the environmental impact of the shipping industry, she knew there had to be a better way. She co-founded Bound for Blue to develop solutions for climate-friendly, healthy shipping. The company applied to join EIT's Climate Kicks Business Accelerator program, where startups are taken through an 18-month program to grow great ideas and products into greater businesses. Bound for Blue had already designed a great idea, a system that uses wind to push ships forward, reducing the main engine power required, fuel consumption, and pollutants released into the environment. But Christina felt they lacked the knowledge needed to run a growing business. With the EIT community support, that all changed. Through the acceleration program, Bound for Blue got the knowledge they needed to properly segment their market and find the right customers. They also benefited from financing, mentoring, training, and access to a global network of investors, all of which helped them scale up their technology and gave them the boost they needed on the market. Thanks to the Accelerator program, Bound for Blue's cells are about to be implemented onto vessels, and within 5 years they'll enable savings of 590,000 tons of CO2 emissions. Have you got a promising business idea? Do you want to scale your business? Then join the EIT Community's business creation and acceleration programs, where we connect, grow, and boost your businesses.
Peter's always dreamed of starting his own business. To develop his skills and digital innovation knowledge, he enrolled in one of EIT's entrepreneurial education programs, the EIT Digital Master School. Through the program, he was exposed to entrepreneurial skills, had the chance to study in 2 different countries, was connected to industry players, and made like-minded friends. Together with his classmates, he applied what they learned in a series of hackathons, winning one with their device that allows multiple patient monitoring. With it, caregivers can remotely measure vital signs of their patients from a distance, reducing their risk from infection. With their product in hand, Peter and his team applied to the EIT for more support. EIT Digital awarded them funding and secured them 4 partners to help scale the project, whilst EIT Health ensured they received medical mentorship. Within 6 months of EIT support, EnergoTehnoma grew at a rapid pace. Peter and his team have already set up their own business, and they're working with different healthcare environments to start pilot tests of the product. And it all started with Peter joining one of EIT's entrepreneurial education programs. The EIT supports the creation of tomorrow's entrepreneurs. So if you think that's you, discover more about EIT entrepreneurship education programs and courses.
15 years ago. The world needed new ways to tackle the climate crisis. When we launched, we knew change wasn't going to be easy, but it was possible. With a handful of dedicated people across research, entrepreneurship, and academia, we used innovation to turn ambition into action. It started with education, empowering people with skills to lead the transformation. We expanded to change makers, bringing communities together to generate ideas, giving entrepreneurs a platform and supporting startups with mentorship and funding. Momentum was growing. Change was happening. But the crisis kept evolving, and the urgency intensified. So we evolved with it. We pioneered a new approach, shifting from single-point solutions to systems thinking, reimagining change in whole cities, regions, and industries. We launched deep demonstrations, learning and sharing how to build resilient communities and accelerate carbon reduction. Today, we're orchestrating a movement across 50 countries, 100 regions, and 119 cities, with 200 organizations, 6,000 startups, and 44,000 learners. Addressing this crisis requires a shift in mindset, skilled solutions, and collective action. We've built 15 years of momentum, and we're just getting started.
We should care about this deep transformation of our communities and cities because it'll lead us to the best possible future. What do we mean by this best possible future?
I think a resilient future for the Irish agri-food sector. We preserve our family farming structure, preserve our cooperative structure, and we create economic opportunities through the challenges.
For us, it's a future that is resilient in a world that is changing rapidly, and making sure that the future is more socially just than where we are today.
We are coming to grips with the effects of climate change, national and EU and international obligations and targets around emissions reductions. That presents both a challenge and opportunity. We need demonstration projects which show that we can move from the lab to the pilot scale to the demonstration scale and onto the commercial, that this has scalability and replicability, and it doesn't threaten the industry, rather that it gives the opportunity to produce in a new context something entirely different.
If we don't tackle it this way, it'll be much more of a rough ride than if we embrace this challenge.
Climate Kick plays the role of an orchestrator. That means that we connect, we bridge, we bring different solutions together. Our role is to facilitate learning so that systems change can happen at the pace and the scale we need.
Climate Kick has taught us to embrace a complexity that we were not yet prepared for, building on a collective agenda together with all stakeholders represented, civil society, citizens, knowledge institutions, government and businesses.
Change is complex, and that we need to act in circumstances that are complex. But orchestration is so often about listening, about opening a door, creating a moment, simply finding the way for different things to find one another and giving them the space to form something new. It is through orchestration that we create demonstrations of change in communities, showing what is possible and creating opportunities to test and learn and to inspire.
We have a pathway towards a resilient future, economically, environmentally and socially, but the next few years will be crucial in demonstrating those pathways on the ground and making them work in a practical sense.
Off the back of the acceleration program, we went out to raise our pre-seed round and raised around $1.1 million.
We've sold over 10,000 products in the first 15 months of operation. We actually made some key partnerships with energy companies and virtual power plants in the US and in Europe, which has allowed us to unlock the next stages of our growth.
At Climate Kick, we are really interested in impactful startups because they're the answer to decarbonizing corporates, urban areas, and make regions more climate resilient. Of our portfolio of more than 100 companies, Boulder is really one of our success stories.
I'm Toma, I'm one of the 3 co-founders of Boulder and the COO. Boulder is a platform that empowers households to reduce their energy consumption, while at the same time allowing them to be part of a green energy grid.
Toma and I came together to start Boulder in 2022. Both of us have always been passionate about sustainability.
We were looking for an accelerator that can help us grow really quickly in Europe and gather early traction. We eventually got in, and we spent 3 months working with the accelerator team, and then later on graduated into the SAFE program.
The Climate Safe program is something that we have established as a natural progression of the Climate Accelerator. We take a small equity share in the company in return for an extensive service package.
Fundraising is very stressful. It's a very stressful, very long process that takes time away from operating. So having a body and partners and people like Climate Kick is really helpful in accelerating that process.
Being part of Climate Kick and having the support of the portfolio managers has been really helpful, also in gaining a lot more visibility for the company. That has really led us to be able to grow our business and drive up new partnerships.
Unlike most investors in the space, we're much more interested in the impact potential of the startup compared to the financial return. And with impact, we mean, for example, the carbon impact potential.
Advantages of the Climate Safe program is that you get to do the full climate impact assessment of your product. They'll measure the mitigated carbon emission from extraction of raw material to production to use and after use.
The climate impact assessment was really important for us, as it really gave us credibility with investors and really allowed us to benchmark the measurements of our impact.
In the case of Boulder, we were able to show that at the use phase of their product, they were able to save around 30% of energy compared to existing control systems in the market.
In the long run, we would like to be the home operating system that can support over 10 million homes and provide energy flexibility in the grid in order to actually decarbonize the overall energy grid.
We're not like any investor that holds the equity shares for 7 to 10 years and then exits as fast as possible. We're really in for the impact and committed to the growth of the company.
Having someone like that on our cap table really gives reassurance to other investors that we're worth backing.
If you have the opportunity to have Climate Kick as a strategic partner, I think a startup should 100% do it. It really helped us grow much, much faster and was a great support in reaching our fundraising goals.
Imagine a world where all energy is clean and infinite, every industry transformed, every life impacted. That's the scale of our ambition. Our world needs to change now, through actions with measurable impact. For 15 years, we've been making it happen, industrializing clean tech innovation at scale, to make the net zero economy a reality. Now, we are pushing ahead because transformation is hard. And as political winds shift and some industries struggle to keep pace, we stay the course. Same mission, higher ambitions. Transitioning global energy, transforming every industry. Innovation sparks it, investment fuels it, industry builds it, and together we make it happen.
Health is the most important value. Especially now, scientists and researchers around Europe have been looking for ideas how to transform healthcare. In EIT Health, we believe that innovations can enable breakthrough performance. But how can we build bridges and develop healthcare innovation together? EIT Health is the largest community of healthcare innovators backed by the European Union. We work across borders with leaders, scientists, medical doctors, authorities, market regulators, and patients. This energetic community works to improve diagnostics, treatment of patients, and well-being of citizens. However, there are still EU regions where innovators might need a bit more support. EIT Health InnoStars, the regional innovation cluster of EIT Health, is there to help. We focus on Hungary, Italy, Poland and Portugal, as well as regions in Central, Eastern and Southern Europe, where the overall pace of innovation is moderate. Thankfully, there are no borders for the progress. Through various programs, we support sustainable development of early-stage ideas and innovation projects. It's like with traveling. Innovators journey with different equipment. The proper toolkit is essential to succeed. We scout for the best teams, but then we provide them with education, acceleration, funding and networking. We are here to press the appropriate button and help talents hit the ground running. You can co-create the healthcare of the future with us. We invite go-getting innovators, universities, companies, startups and institutions. With EIT Health, innovation can flourish, no matter where the ideas come from. And we are sure, together we can shape the healthy future.
A warm welcome to the 6th edition of the EIT Raw Materials Summit. Before we go about the program and the challenges of the sector, let's see what EIT Raw Materials is all about.
In a world where resource scarcity threatens global prosperity, EIT Raw Materials is driving innovation and is connecting the dots for a secure and sustainable future. We are the largest and most active raw materials knowledge and innovation network, spanning the entire value chain and enabling the circular economy.
Our goal is to make Europe future-proof and to secure the strategic raw material supply for Europe. The stakes were never higher, and we have to join forces now.
Europe urgently requires vast quantities of raw materials to deliver the promise of the Green Deal. The newly enacted Critical Raw Materials Act marks the first crucial step towards a resilient and sustainable European future.
The Critical Raw Materials Act has the potential to turbocharge the European raw materials capacity. We can mine more, we can refine more, we can recycle more, and this provides the feedstock for a booming European economy.
EIT Raw Materials connects policy with industry, champions innovation, and mobilizes finance. We empower businesses to pioneer solutions and to turn today's challenges into tomorrow's opportunities.
The transformation is coming, and we need to turn Europe into a powerhouse of innovation. We are not only helping startups, but we are also educating thousands of people to address the huge skills gap in Europe.
We are training the workforce of today and educating the talent of tomorrow. Raw materials are the building blocks for a prosperous, sustainable and safe future. From researchers and educators to manufacturers and policymakers, the journey toward a sustainable world begins with us. Together, we are building a globally competitive and sustainable raw materials industry.
Now that you've got a flavor of what EIT Raw Materials is about, and having such a rare occasion to have you all under one roof, let's turn the act to action and let's go for it.
What do you think of when you hear food system? We think of the opportunity to have a positive impact on people and the planet. We think of transformative innovation and technology. We think of connection, and we think of progress. Progress towards a healthier, more sustainable, and resilient world. But our food is at risk. The food system today is responsible for almost a third of greenhouse gas emissions, with interconnected challenges such as food waste and nature loss. Healthy and sustainable diets are inaccessible for many, and supply chains are vulnerable to external shocks. The time to act is now. Through education, innovation, investment and collaboration, we can transform our food system to create a world where food is the driver of change. Together, we can make a difference. EIT Food is the world's largest food innovation community, with a goal to make this world a reality. Made up of ambitious individuals and organizations, our community is at the forefront of food systems transformation. At EIT Food, we want to build a future-fit food system for everyone. A world where everybody can live healthier lives through the food they eat. A net-zero food system that can regenerate our landscapes and economies. With reduced food waste and loss, and more sustainable packaging and labeling solutions. A food system that is fair and resilient. We want to improve the way food is produced and distributed, and create new business models, from farm to fork. Together, we can create a healthier society and planet. We need you. Join our community today and let's shape the future of food together.
Today, like never before, humankind is facing unforeseen challenges. Reality demands new solutions, and it takes new thinking to find them. We believe the front door to innovation is diversity. When diverse perspectives meet, new ideas come to life as solutions that will define the future vision of Europe. That's why we are here to empower the next generation of innovators, to speed up creativity by supporting creative minds and connecting them with businesses, universities, investors, researchers, leaders, and the general society in radically new ways. Creativity is the connecting tissue across borders. Collaboration is the blood flowing through it. And we are the heart pumping, thriving within Europe, ideas that move the world forward. Creatives without borders. Innovation without limits.
Do you have an innovative idea and want to jumpstart your business? Creative Community, advanced know-how, unique program, expert trainers and mentors. This is EIT Jumpstarter. The competition is organised by EIT Health, EIT Raw Materials and EIT Food. They are three communities of EIT, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. They bring together businesses, research centres and universities as partners, creating a favourable environment for creative thought and innovation to flourish. EIT is a valuable, credible partner to get your business idea up and running.
In this phase, the startups learn from each other. That's why we combined these three industries into one place, one program.
EIT Jumpstarter is ideal for research teams, PhD students and entrepreneurs having an innovative product idea and wanting to learn basic entrepreneurial skills. By the end of the program, they will be ready to start their company and apply to the EIT Community's business creation programs that support them through their startup journey and increase their chances of becoming involved in their professional networks and services.
What we are trying to help the students with, or the entrepreneurs with I should say, is applying fast learning methods based on the lean startup from Silicon Valley, but then translate it to a European environment, to business startups and often hardware-based startups.
In 2018, 229 teams applied from the three thematic fields, and 67 teams were selected into the bootcamp phase. In 2019, we plan to scale up the program. If selected, you will start with a 2-day business planning bootcamp, which will provide a unique cross-industry environment. You can also learn how to get started on building a business, how to build a team, understanding competitive advantages and market segmentation. After the bootcamp, the best teams will get a chance to accelerate their business planning process and then finally compete at the EIT Joint Grand Final for a prize of up to €10,000.
The most important thing that we got from this competition is valuable feedback on various aspects of our business, but we also got a lot of other very nice perks like good connections to industry partners and general advice on how to try to start a business.
So, if you want to bring your idea out of the lab and onto the market, validate your innovative idea and jumpstart your business, and earn fundamental entrepreneurial skills, then you should apply to this year's EIT Jumpstarter program. To apply, click the link in the description. EIT, making innovation happen.
The global manufacturing industry is rapidly evolving. As other regions race ahead, Europe stands at a critical crossroads. It's a wake-up call. How can Europe regain its competitive edge? key lies in innovation. Breakthrough technologies like AI, advanced robotics and materials are not just trends. They are enablers of building Europe's competitiveness. EIT Manufacturing connects startups, industrial corporates, SMEs, universities and research centres, growing Europe's largest manufacturing community and driving progress. People are at the core of innovation. To meet future demands, we need to train talent with the right skills and build confidence in future entrepreneurs. Our community is where ideas, talent and opportunities converge. We help businesses enhance their value chains through collaboration and expanded network, boosting Europe's autonomy. At the same time, we accelerate circularity, strengthening resilience and ensuring a greener future for the next generations. While progress has been made, much remains to be done. Join us to lead the change. Together, we are improving people's lives through sustainable manufacturing.
Bien, la situación de la movilidad de cara a los desplazamientos a las áreas industriales en Vitoria, siendo una ciudad eminentemente industrial, pues era una movilidad, y sigue siendo, una movilidad muy centrada en el coche privado. Tenemos más de 40.000 personas que se desplazan a diario a las áreas industriales y la mayor parte de ellos hacen esos viajes solos en coche. Son unas emisiones muy importantes, está el tema de la congestión que se produce en horas punta.
Me mudé a Vitoria hace unos 7 meses o así, tengo 29 años y empezaba a trabajar en I+MED en el Parque Tecnológico. Empecé a compartir coche con Carlos porque me tocaba todos los días trabajar y unos compañeros de trabajo y amigos me comentaron la posibilidad de no ir solo al trabajo y así también poder compartir coche y ahorrarme dinero.
Pues la verdad es que lo que me gusta de Caros es que es muy cómodo, puedes adecuar tu viaje un poco según la hora en la que necesitas ir a trabajar o volver a casa.
Bueno, yo creo que los principales retos, ¿no?, de cara a animar a la gente a que deje de ir en coche o solo en coche, ¿no?, a las áreas industriales es el reto cultural, ¿no?, pero sobre todo es la fiabilidad, el tener distintas opciones y posibilidades a la hora de casar esa oferta de viaje. Yo creo que es el principal reto. Y hay las soluciones digitales, ¿no?, como la que ofrecen las aplicaciones de carpooling, como es el caso de Caros, pues creo que viene a resolver gran parte de ese problema, ¿no?
Es una aplicación con más de 1 millón de usuarios que hemos desarrollado para poner en contacto la gente para que vayan al trabajo compartiendo coche. El reto principal de la solución es de crear una masa crítica de usuarios-usuarias. Los impactos de este proyecto han sido medioambiental, porque claro, mientras la gente comparte coche y emplea los asientos vacíos de los coches personales, vamos a ahorrar toneladas de dióxido de carbono. En nuestro caso, con este piloto hasta ahora, 7.5 toneladas.
Las soluciones de movilidad compartida en coche, bien sea a través de carpooling, de car sharing, de coches multipropiedad, pues esté mucho más extendida, porque todo ese conjunto de soluciones serán las que vayan dando soporte a esos retos de acción climática que tiene la ciudad para conseguir ser una ciudad pues, mucho más saludable y mucho más responsable desde el punto de vista de los retos climáticos de este planeta.
Komunikuje on i łączy budowy z producentami betonu i pozwala na efektywną komunikację i monitorowanie dostaw.
Nasi klienci do tej pory składali drogą elektroniczną, mailową lub telefonicznie. Posiadając aplikację ProperGate, mogą bezpośrednio składać zamówienia do systemu Beton Control. Organizacja logistyczna, transportowa, gdzie kierowcy posiadają aplikację na telefon. Jesteśmy w stanie zweryfikować, w jakim statusie znajduje się zamówienie, czy jest w dojeździe do budowy, czy już po rozładunku i w powrocie.
Komunikuje on i łączy budowy z producentami betonu i pozwala na efektywną komunikację i monitorowanie dostaw. W logistyce miejskiej ważne jest to, aby rzeczywiście samochody z materiałami budowlanymi nie oczekiwały na wjazd na budowę. Dzięki naszej platformie informacja pomiędzy dostawcami a budowami jest ciągle wymieniana i wszyscy wiedzą, kiedy do końca będzie dana dostawa przyjeżdżała, na jakim statusie ona w tym momencie jest, co niweluje jakby konieczność informowania się komunikacji manualnej.
Aplikacja ProperGate umożliwiła nam stosowanie elektronicznych dokumentów WZ, co ograniczyło wydawanie dokumentów papierowych. Dla budowy jest to korzyść poprzez to, że wyeliminowaliśmy dodatkowe dokumenty, a są one zapisane w systemie PropertGate, gdzie klient bezpośrednio lub pośrednio po wykonaniu usługi może sobie je wszystkie obejrzeć i ściągnąć.
Dzięki naszej platformie każdy z pracowników budowy otrzymuje dostęp do aplikacji i portalu. Dzięki temu w sposób uważniony może odebrać dostawy za pomocą aplikacji mobilnych. Dzięki temu ograniczamy ilość generowanego dwutlenku węgla z samochodów, które oczekują na wjazd na budowę i ograniczamy zużycie papieru.
The city of Tartu is the second largest city in Estonia. The number of inhabitants in Tartu is 98,000 people. Today we have roughly 1,500 electric vehicles driving around in Tartu regularly. Right now we have roughly 45 public charging locations in Tartu.
Simple Charge was created with a mission to bring EV charging stations to everyone, with the goal to empower the existing lamppost infrastructure for EV charging. Developing EV charging infrastructure is a very long, complex and expensive process, costing thousands of euros to deploy only one charging station. Moreover, in Central and Eastern Europe, more than 60% of people live in apartments where they don't have an access to electric vehicle charging socket, which makes it even less accessible to own electric vehicle. As a result, cities are heavily affected because citizens are hesitant to change to electric vehicles because they don't have a place to charge. The unique selling point of Simple Charge solution is that we are using the existing infrastructure, in this way reducing the costs by 10 times to deploy hundreds of charging stations across the city. From the project experience of deploying multiple charging stations, we have created a fast-track guidelines on how to deploy EV charging stations in any city in Central and Eastern Europe. The positive impact of this solution is quite obvious, from reduced inequality of infrastructure access to improved quality of life through air and noise pollution reduction, combined with social and economic benefits.
As the infrastructure, street lighting infrastructure is already in place, we have roughly 15,000 lampposts all over the city. I believe that the lamppost-based charging solutions are therefore quite easy to be implemented. And as the lampposts are really located all over the city, it basically gives good opportunity to develop the charging network. I really do feel that having different kind of charging solutions, that's the future for the city.
In Stockholm, we focus on how to define safety cases for remote operated passenger ferries to later integrate that in Swedish national policies. The benefit with a system like this is more public transport on water that is smart and environmentally friendly and more accessible to the citizens. One of the main challenges with implementing this autonomous system is on a policy level how to move from a staffed to a remote operated ship. The public transportation on water has a great potential to be a bigger part of the public transport system in Stockholm.
My name is Marie Bustgård and I work as a video game producer here in Stockholm. I've been using the ferry ever since it started going. So usually my commute is around 40 minutes long because you need to go around with the bridges, whereas the ferry can shorten that commute to work with 10 minutes. With the nature of what I work with, machine learning is something that I'm really interested in, and I see endless possibilities of it making sure that our everyday life will become more smoother and efficient moving forward.
My name is Carl Peterson and I work at the Norwegian startup company Seabus, who develop autonomy technology for the maritime industry. Autonomous water transport can be better than traditional water transport by being on demand, and also by using autonomy you can go electric sooner because you can build smaller vessels and still be competitive with costs. Autonomous water transport can improve our cities by creating a likeable mobility service on the water, and thus making more people use the waterways instead of driving your car or go by bus, and thereby you get less congestions on the roads, and also you get a greener city. Seabus collaborate with the local authorities through a research project where we together with third parties look at how we can do autonomous transportation as safe or safer than the services we have today. In this project, we're taking our ferry to the next step in autonomy. Today, it's supervised by an operator on board, but within this project, we're looking to move that supervisor on land in a remote operations center and do the supervision of the ferry from there. The future of urban autonomous mobility is to have a network of several small ferries that work together and create frequent departures. So whenever you go down to the water, there's not many minutes until the next departure.
Кажете кога?
10 секунди.
Мадам друга?
Цела комуникација беше на англиски, јас сум презентација на англиски направив.
Продолжимо. Ти, Ирена, Златко го не. Златко е сука. Драги пријатели, се надевам дека паузата.
Dear friends, I hope the break was tasty and useful. Now let's use the intellectual energy following the motto, use sustainable habits. Now it's the most practical section of the program, the funding opportunities for circular economy and creative industries. I would like to invite our panelists.
So you will need the translation.
Yeah, you do it in, okay, so.
Yes. Okay. Monsieur Uzo?
Investments. We have representatives of national, international, financial institutions, people who've been working on daily basis for supporting projects like yours. If we have talked about what and why, now we will talk about how to make a step to from idea to supported solution. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Mr. Emil Bete is Investment portfolio management, climate KIC. Economist has a portfolio of more than 100 startups focused on climate solution, supports them in additional investments, financial modeling, and strategic growth, analyzing the life cycle, integrating sustainable indicators into investment decision-making process in order to drive environmental and financial results. Mr. Beta, welcome to Skopje.
Yes, thank you very much.
Here is your clicker.
Perfect. Thank you. Does it work?
Yes, it does.
Doesn't work.
Не работи далинското? You can check it is on.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, thank you for the introduction. I'm Emil Beta, I'm the investment portfolio manager at Climate Kick, and I would like to present you today on how we scale climate ventures and how we leap the gap between an accelerator program and then actually getting the startups to their first investment rounds. Just quickly about Climate Kick. So we are a leading climate innovation agency and community in creating climate resilient communities and fight the climate breakdown through systemic change with countries, regions, cities and businesses. And why I put this here is because I want to stress one exact thing is about the systems change. So all the things that we're doing, they have to be seen in a systemic context, because as we have already heard today, the circular economy and also the climate crisis that we're facing is not something that one individual player can solve, but actually something that we need to solve as a collective and needs to be strategically thought of through systems. And our approach in Climate Kick is there to actually look through that in three levers of changes. One is the policy influence that we're doing, one is the educational part that we're looking at, and then the entrepreneurship part. Me as portfolio manager, of course, I'm speaking today here a bit more about the entrepreneurship part, and I want to show how we are actually supporting startups in all stages of their life cycle. So this is basically how we are scaling our climate ventures, and depending on the stage of the startup, we have the appropriate program. So starting from the left-hand side with the climathons that are just really ideation and idea generation programs, where we bring entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs together and want to get them solve one specific problem. We have the Climate Launchpad, which is our incubation program, our acceleration program, which is called Climate Accelerator, and then what I want to give a deeper look at is our Climate Save. So this is something that we have established between the end of a program, so end of an accelerator program, and the gap between the company actually raises their first seed round, and there we have put the Climate Save, because we have seen lots of companies that are actually after the accelerator program go bankrupt, and with the Climate Save, this is our natural progression of the accelerator programs, where we help the companies to raise funding. And how are we doing this basically is through a number of services where we take a small equity stake in the company. In return, we give them a cash component, we inject cash in the company, and offer them a number of services on top of the funding that they receive. And just being conscious of time, one thing that I want to especially stress here is the fifth point about the comprehensive impact assessment and validation, where we really want to put a quantitative number and measure on what the company is doing, of course from a financial point of view, but most importantly from an impact perspective. And we have our in-house climate experts, where we are able to assess the company from a carbon mitigation point of perspective, from a circular economy perspective, and adaptation and resilient perspective. And that's something that we see gives the companies that go into raising their seed rounds really an edge, because they can quantify their carbon impact, they can quantify their circular economy impact, and go to investors, go to customers, and have an edge over other companies and competitors in the market. And this is how our portfolio looks like right now. So there are, we have like 74 companies in the portfolio at this point. And as you can see on the right side, they are like all across Europe. And a lot of them actually are also in the circular economy space. And circular economy we see really as a horizontal line rather than just one vertical, because circular economy is present in all different sectors. We have a textile company, Alchemy Technologies, that is working on circular dyeing products. We have AgroSustain that works on food preservation, which also has an aspect to circular economy. And they're all past Series A companies now, and have proven that our model does work. If you want to know more, this is my contact, and thank you.
Thank you, Emil. We are going now on the second speaker. Just to remind you, we have a red screen over there once you reach your deadline, so please follow the timekeeping. Our second guest is Jacques Uzeu, nezavisan finansijski ekspert.
An independent financial expert and consultant for international operations and investment rounds, managing a software called Sharing Value, aimed at evaluation of companies and projects according to their strategic and immaterial aspects. He was awarded award for excellence, and his projects cover both Europe and Asia. He will share good practices from France about the evaluation of the innovative enterprises. Mr. Uzeu, it's an honor.
Bonjour à tous. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm honored with this reception, and I'd like to thank again the organizers and the French Cultural Center. What I wanted to say is that in France, a lot of things work by law. Maybe not this magnificent product, so I abstained to not be prisoner of the technique. In France, we have developed a law which is specific to recycling, to circular economy, and therefore it concerns both the enterprises, of course, and individuals. This law is progressively entering into force, and we realized that recycling is done by different representative offices. If I have time, I will tell you what inspired me during the first part this morning in terms of opportunities for development. I was asked in a record time to speak also of cultural industries. Actually, my friend Antoine Fremont had the occasion to speak about that this morning, so I won't be really speak about that. But what is important is that this is a sector, a department, which represent one part of the industrial economy. As we said, the French cuisine is well known, but there is not only the kitchen, the cuisine. We have developed new technologies, so I invite you, if you have time, you can participate to the conference that we'll organize tomorrow with students. What we can say actually is that this activity sector cannot be delocalized. It stays in France, and it profits of the territory and of local employment. As I have more than 1 minute, I would like to say that there are a lot of things that we can do with North Macedonia. There are agreements, transfer of experience, opportunities of approaching enterprises, and I think that what actually penalizes your economy is unfortunately the brain drain and dependence on certain European investments. Of course, Europe It's like it's important to, of course, Europe helps, but it is also important to count on your own forces and workers that can create a cooperative for joint ventures, and by doing this cross-fertilized, cross-word, we can take Macedonia out of this financial confinement. I would like to thank my interpreter Branko, and I am sorry for imposing to him quite a rapid pace of speaking, and I hope I finished within my allowed time. Thank you, Mr. Uzel. Now I would like to invite Ms. Irina Georgievska, who is a professional with extensive experience in the field of law and project management in small and medium enterprises. Over the past decade, she has collaborated with international donors and state institutions on designing and implementing financing programs, drafting legal documents, and strengthening the capacities of the private sector. Her main areas of focus are business development, grid finance, and smart specialization, with a proven track record in enabling companies to access significant sources of financing. She is currently working on and will speak about EnergoTehnoma portfolio achievements and future funding calls. Welcome, you have the floor. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for the invitation. Let me just check this. Briefly, during these few minutes I have at my disposal, I will avail of the time to represent the new agency. This is a new institution which in itself contains this successor of two other well-known institutions, the Fund for Innovation, Technological Development, and the Agency for Support of Entrepreneurship, with a law that was adopted on the 27th of July this year. A new law for innovation activity was adopted for scientific and technological development and entrepreneurship, which replaced the previous law on innovation activity. And with this new law, the new agency was established and has the name of the previous law is the Agency for Innovation, Scientific and Technological Development and Entrepreneurship, ENNOVA. ENNOVA is a successor of these two institutions, the Innovation Fund and the Small and Medium Size Enterprises Agency took over the competencies of both agencies, both the competencies and the activities that these two organizations used to do. Now they continue with the new agency. So the mission will be to bring together everything that that used to be done before, innovative projects and technological development, and encourage entrepreneurship and innovations. Something that the new law prescribes. It's a closer cooperation with three institutions. Even before this cooperation used to exist, but now we have a closer cooperation with the Ministry of Education and Science, Ministry of Economy and Labor, and the Ministry, especially with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. These three institutions will adopt the strategic documents, but the new agency will be the organization that is going to implement the measures and policies related to innovation in close cooperation with these institutions. And it will be the main central institution that will conduct activities in the field of innovations. The competencies comprise preparation, implementation, financing of programs, monitoring and evaluation of financial instruments and programs, providing consultant support, and so on and so forth. I won't be listing all those on the slide, all the competences in the interest of time, but basically you need to know that this is going to be an institution that will provide funds for support innovation, will create programs in this field, and will provide full support to the companies in all stages of their development, from the preparation of proposal of projects to their implementation with mentorship support and program support. The bringing together the Innovation Fund and the small and medium enterprise agencies will provide major support and more activities at this level. These are the instruments and measures of the organization, of the agency. Basically, we continue with those instruments that are already well known to the public. Co-finance grants as traditional instruments in the field of startups and their commercialization. We will continue with the technological development, support to accelerators and incubators. They are also part of the law. And of course, we will continue also with the services from in the field of support in self-employment, infopool services, mentorship services, and so on and so forth. So it's a wide array of activities from the field of innovations and consulting support in the field of innovations. This part is about the portfolio, the use of the beneficiaries. I believe the part of the questions will refer to this topic, so in the interest of time, we can get back to that. Thank you, Irena. It's very good to hear that as an accelerator you have budgeted funds in 2006 for support of the accelerators. Now I have the next speaker is Zlatko Samarchiev. Over 30 years of experience in implementing international and domestic funds. His expertise includes program and project management, monitoring and evaluation, and policy making for the environment, cooperation on fossil energy. He'll speak about the possibilities of funding through the GF fund. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Zlatko Samarchiev. Afternoon, thank you for the invitation. Before I start, I'd like to say that these chairs are like men in black. They neither go forward nor backwards. So I need to stand in this way. I am used to standing, but I will try to sit. Established in 1992 in North Macedonia. Actually, it was established in 1992, the year of the Rio Earth Summit. And so this is the, as of 1st of July, it will be it will be implemented by the UNDP, and the money are from the Global Environment Facility. All member countries provide money there to fulfill the obligations from the conventions in terms of climate change and other. These are these are the numbers. 144 countries participate in the small grant program. Around $50,000 is per project, but we require co-financing half-half. 164 projects, 3.2 million SGP financing, 3.4 million of co-financing exclusively for civil organizations. All others are partners because NGOs cannot do everything and should not. we have bottles, plastic bottles that are grounded. Then they are mixed with sand. And this is what is the result. So it's plastic bottles and sand. They are washed. They are clean. So we have these plates that are also certified. You can find them on the web. You can find the features on the website. They are very strong. And this is done by 2 associations in Gevgelija and Kočani to do this. Textile waste. I saw Borče before. We have also an education institution here, the University of Goce Delchev. We have civil association. We have a private business, the textile factory, who provide the waste. They sew, they wash. We have provided devices for washing machines and sewing machines, and they still continue also to produce pillows and sell them. Then the last example are repair shops. Electronic device, the waste. This is located in the municipal rooms with controlled access in Bogdanci, Dojran, Kamenica, Delchevo, Pekčevo. We do know that today we say, I would better buy a new one than repair the old device, so let's say hair dryer. Or the mesh, and efforts are being done to collect all these devices. Thank you, thank you. Now I'd like to invite my colleague with whom we started our professional careers in the 2000 in the International Cooperation Association. Since 2001, he has been part of the team of the Macedonian Enterprise Development Fund, and since 2020, he has been in the position of executive and other things to manage a credit line for small enterprises through financial intermediaries. I also have a complaint because they told me 5 minutes, but now I have only 4 on the screen. They said in English and then they said in Macedonian, so you will be following the presentation in English and I'll speak in Macedonian. Some help, please. Thank you. I'm really impressed with this positive spirit about green and circular economy. Yes, this is good, but is this the reality? Unfortunately, we must be aware about the world we live in. The Maslow's pyramid of the needs on this side. My father says, poor man, a real devil. We live, on the other hand, in a world where without green we wouldn't exist. We live, those who live in Skopje, one of the most polluted European cities, to us, green as an essential issue. The global challenges change and do not are not in favor of green concepts. The leading economies of global economies take us away from the green. BRICS, they all want development. They all want from down to go up and then speak about green. And this is valid because most of the world live with the basic unresolved needs. Let's not forget that we have a war on European territory, and Europe, with all its green ambitions, is not the only one. When we speak of Europe, we speak of one. Actually, we need to speak of different Europes, because not all countries in Europe dream the same or see the same. We have, of course, ambitions, but ambivalences as well, because Europe, instead of green projects, will need to spend more money for basic needs like defense and protection. And we live on the Balkans. Balkans was a loser in this last 30 years. The Balkans still are not integrated and are not still part of Europe and will not be soon. And we need to recognize this. Macedonia, whatever we do, will not become member of the European Union, regardless of other claims. We still face passive-aggressive psychological concept. How do we solve problems? We say, I complained, I wrote on internet, we haven't done anything on our own. The Macedonian part of hell or heaven, we all know what it looks like, and it is a question whether the Macedonian part of hell is green. And then it depends on us. It's mainly on us. We can clean up containers on our own as well, and we can blame nobody for that. Finally, the Macedonian Development Foundation is implementing a project, Green Youth, Green Growth, funded by the European Union. We offer grants. It is an open call, up to €15,000 for civil organizations, for innovative green initiatives. The application deadline is 15th of December. The period is 12 months, and there is a co-financing minimum of 10%. Thank you very much. My time is up. Just let me remind you that there are students here who are non-for-profit and put them in Europe with financing opportunities. According to the inputs that were provided, especially by Laza, about the ambivalence of all of us to circular and green economy and the necessity to become part of that, I would like to ask Mr. Emil how he assesses circularity of startups at Climate Kids.
Thank you so much. I'll try to give you back some time since I took some more during my presentation. Interesting. So we started our carbon mitigation tool and assessment a few years back, and really try to bring every startup into a metric of, okay, how much CO2 has the potential of mitigating compared to a baseline, compared to the state of the art. And but as we learned and realized, okay, CO2 is not the only metric to look at when looking at impact startups. And especially in the circularity space, we started then to start our so-called circularity tool, and that one really focuses on waste mitigation and resource efficiency, and compare that to a baseline that is technological state of the art. And how we do this? We do this with our in-house assessment team that is going into a 2-day in-depth workshop with the startups, understand the ins and outs from extraction of materials to manufacturing to the use phase to the end of life, and then go and make an analysis on the efficiency and waste mitigation potential of the startup. Multiply this with the scaling potential of the startup, and then we have a number that we can compare startups with based on how much more efficient they are on a material basis, how much less waste is their technology generating compared to a technological baseline. And yeah, this is what we take into our investment decision and make our investment decisions not only based on the financial returns, but also what we get from our scientists from the circular economy tool.
One quick question. Is there any difference in the return on investment in the regular startups and the circularity startups?
I mean, we are investing very early stage, but what we have seen is definitely that we see a difference with the startups that actually can quantify their impact versus the ones that just are in the narrative space of saying, okay, we have impact, but cannot put a number behind that. And the companies that went through our circularity tool and our assessment have it much easier to acquire new customers, much easier to get introduction and first conversations with investors.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Uzel, what are the good French practices for circular economy and creative industries? You have 3 minutes now. I believe you will be able to answer.
It's always very sad to answer this kind of questions. What I know is that starting with the computer that we have developed to evaluate enterprises based on their materials and stuff, is that enterprises of this sector of where the circular economy have superior results. This is important because on one hand the brand of the enterprise is easily shared. The human capital is educated with new technologies and implementing new technologies of waste management globally. Results are very positive in this activity sector.
It means, just like your predecessor said, with good measuring of results, obviously these startups give much better financial results.
Yes, it's clear that this type of enterprises attract a lot of investors. It's not only about technology or AI or biology or biotech and so on and so forth that attract these investors. In a country like France, which does not have a lot of natural resources, we try, if we say usually we don't have oil, we have ideas, so we finance these enterprises for the future in terms of independence and development.
Now let us move to Irena. Please present us the most successful supported projects by Innova in circular economy in the recent period. Well, it would be good if we could go back to the presentation. First of all, there have been a number of successful projects because out of the total amount. Can I have the clicker? Some of the from the previous period, just a presentation of the situation, a small analysis. There is a small analysis what it looked like before. The total number of supported projects, we are talking about projects in the area that is considered co-financing grants and general instruments we provided. So through the financial instruments, more than 1,050 projects were supported, which is not a small number. 132 million euros were allocated, and on the right side, where you can see the analytics, these are those other projects supported vouchers, school projects, labs and business accelerators. Why is all this important? Because the programs are so diverse and covered so many different areas, and this will continue in the future. In any case, the programs will cover various areas, and those areas, the circular projects and the circular economy projects and green economy, only one part. Out of those 132 euros, you can see analytics, 82 million came from the budget and 50 million came from their own investments. There is one slide missing. So, out of all those, here it is. That's what I wanted to show. 8.8 million euros out of 82 million, the ones invested from the budget. 8.2 million euros were used for green projects, out of which 2.2 million euros were for circular economy projects, which, if presented like this, out of the total budget funds funded in the past, about 10% were used for green projects. So some of those successful projects, here we have only list Bioversum together, Akron from start, Pacom, plant engineering, Bliznakom. These some projects, two of them part of the green economy, Bliznakom, Pacomac, and some of these projects, Akron as well, are directly related to circular economy. The others are green projects. So there are many examples. I cannot speak about individual ones because there are too many. Thank you, Irena. I hope that with the next opportunity for funding of green projects, we will change this percentage to have at least 50% of the total funding. Mr. Zlatko, what gives priority in the next cycle? I was told to write in English, but I need to speak Macedonian. So there are three basic levels at which we demand our projects to be, on which they need to be focused. They need to have access to knowledge and information, learning by doing, skills development, technical and grant assistance. Maybe I should speak in English. There were two. Okay, the other will follow. Simply said, in Macedonia there is a strategy. Every country has a strategy for 4 years. In this, it states what we need to do, what others have done, in order to avoid overlapping and to ensure growth and to have something new. If something was successful, it could be replicated in other parts of Kras and it could be increased. It's not covered by copyright. Bliznakom. It was interesting at the beginning. It was interesting to convince the companies and the municipalities and the education institutions that we are doing this for them, for us, not for somebody else. And after they realized that, they started investing, and now we have more co-financing than GEF funds. At the moment, in the new strategy, there are topics we focus focal areas, and the focal areas are climate change, waste as such, and of course circular economy and urban living in cities, transportation, bicycles, etc. And then working with women, young people, marginalized groups, and people with disabilities. Brief, precise, and on time. Do you have a Lazar? Could you tell us a bit more about the open call for circular economy? And I emphasize, the students are with us. When the Macedonian Entrepreneur Development Foundation, we are trying to hit the target. There is a state, there is a private sector, and they have their own functions they need to do. But the civil society can do something up to a certain level, and this has to be either within the private or the public sector. But the point is not to do things that the public or the private sector should do. The civil society shouldn't exist on its own. If you sick, you go to hospital. If you want to make a profit, you go on the private market, but we are far from ideal. The amount which is available is not much, 150 euros, 150,000 euros, and it's intended for civil society organizations, and it's called Program for Civil Society Organizations and Media. The funds available, there is ongoing call, and I think at the end of the presentation there was a link on our website, and there you can get all the details about the call. The call is rather broad, and we can have civil society organizations or a broad spectrum of projects. What we're going to assess, apart from the administrative criteria, is whether within that modest amount something can really be done. Of course, we are not going to resolve all the problems of Macedonia, but we can contribute in our own way in that, by doing that. And the intention is for all of us to place one stone in the big mosaic and to reach something. Nobody expects that with 15,000 euros you'll do that much. Even when we talk about businesses, when we talk about green and circular businesses, if they're not pressure, most of them are not going to do it. It's either because of legal pressures or as a result of available grants. It's the one or the other, and there is nothing bad about identifying the interests, including the private sector. We used to giving grants for technology for spraying the crops instead of common engines, to use drones, for example, etc. The move is the world is moving forward, and nobody. We cannot change the circumstances. So I encourage all the CSOs that have realistic ideas, but we won't grant 50,000 euros for 2 trainings. Are you going to be the only ones asking the questions, or should there be somebody from the audience given such? Okay, let's ask the audience. Are there any questions from the audience? So there are here people with sources of funds. Questions? Are there any questions from the audience? In the second set of questions, that's my dilemma as well, as a coordinator of EIT Hub in Macedonia, how the Macedonian companies, startups, CSOs can be part of the EIT programs.
Yeah, I will answer probably the question in two because the startups, they definitely should engage with us through the accelerator programs, the incubation programs. If you're in need of funding, if you're in need of acceleration services, and you're a startup in the climate space, which is can be climate sector agnostic, but especially today, of course, circular economy startups, please go on our website, have a look at the open calls. There are constantly open calls, especially also for the startups in the circular economy space. So have a look at our website and apply for the programs, depending on the stage where you're in. And for the corporates, as well as for municipalities, and it is quite interesting for us as well to partner with you in the capacity of an ESO, so an entrepreneurship support organization. So these accelerator programs that I was showing before, or incubation programs, we don't run them ourselves just on our own. We run them with local partners, and when you are in need of climate tech innovation and want access to them, this is honestly one of the best ways to get to early stage innovations in the climate space. You partner with us, and we run an accelerator based on geography. So it can be here in Macedonia. Actually, this year we were running one in the Western Balkans, so not only Macedonia, but we widen it a little bit. And as well on value chains. It can be, if it's just on circular economy, it can be an accelerator, it can be one on the built environment, it can be one on circular cities. This is all things that we have done, and we're constantly looking for partners to collaborate there, because it's a much stronger value proposition if you bring together a corporate and climate kick and run an accelerator program, bring a municipality with a hands-on problem, together with Climate Kick, and we're running a program together, so please reach out.
Ти благодаря Емил, само на допълнување, освен повиците за кои што говореше денеска Емил.
I just want to add, apart from the calls by Climate Kick, there are a few other organizations. They have about 100 offers a year. The total support for 2026-2028 is 3 billion euros when it comes to support of startups. Annually there are about 100 calls, and I'm sure that you can find programs for waste management. I would go to Mr. Uzal. We were talking about different models out of everything we heard today, and we heard various initiatives. Which models used in France you believe could be used locally here?
It's a complex question, because I don't think that there is replicable model. So we cannot repeat the same model. I think that everything that is done in every region or in every country, we can draw experiences, but they always need to be adapted locally, because the waste collection, the treatment, the recycling, the distances are not the same. So I think that there are certain sectors that could be relevant, for instance, in terms of the managed waste. They are usually incinerated. I had an experience which was interesting for me in terms of economy of energy. Those that produce cement need to have energy sources to burn, and when we burn waste, not in incineration centers, but in other cement factories, it's very interesting. This avoids to duplicate the the activity that is done in the incineration. So it's an experience that could be used here to burn the waste in a cement factory. Thank you. This is one more support that is provided by Titan in these last years, providing different types of waste to have recycling value in terms of producing energy and secondary raw materials. So in this way, we engage in a double circularity. Irena? We have mentioned twice today the Green Fund. This morning, 17 million, then 25 million. How many millions are you going to have at your disposal? Well, let me first say the following. What the public knows right now is that the new law is adopted, the new agency is established, as I said before. I won't be looking at the time right now because there is a lot to say in that regard, but let's take it briefly. The agency right now is in restructuring. Two organizations are brought together. They need to connect their resources, connect people, funds, processes, and so on and so forth. So now we are in a race with time in order to adopt all necessary bylaws. Without these bylaws, which are a lot, the new call cannot be published and it cannot be regarding the amount of money that we are going to provide right now. I can only say that in these 2 years we are implementing 2 projects that are supported by the European Union. One of these projects is called Greening Business Facility. This project is being implemented with funds from the European Union through the European delegation, and in these 2 years we've been doing capacity building of staff inside the agency. These are people from the former fund and the Agency for Support of Entrepreneurship, and they are trained about how to finance circular economy, what kind of instruments should exist, support in building these instruments, and measuring results. After the companies are rewarded when they get the money, how to measure the results, and for the next call to use the previous results, adapt them, and offer new solutions to be able to be financed by the state. If these preconditions are met, it is expected that there will be a special call supported by the European Union that will be dedicated to circular economy. Thank you, Irena. Zlatko, the last question for you. How do you measure the impact of your projects? These are mentioned here. It is very simple over here. We have a strategy, and in the strategy there is a table which is barely 15 pages. At the end there is a table saying that all this, how to mediate to the climate changes. How, for instance, we have this amount of ton of CO2, and how can we present that they have been reduced or they haven't been emitted? This is as simple as that. We have numbers, we give examples from previous projects. If they are appropriate to the investment, if these values are appropriate to the investment, they can be financed. You don't even need the GF here. The bank can give a loan. You have municipalities like Bitola where they say that 80% of the schools use solar energy. Okay, great. So what? We had a project among Basilova, village of Basilova, in 2008. We put solar panels for power, energy in batteries, with batteries. We went to see them, if they still work. Yes, they were working, and the director asked if they can remove them because they didn't want them there. They said that they will put new ones and that they need them for laptops. If there is a second shift, if there is there is not a second shift, what? The mayor said at this occasion that the building is next to the school, and he says, if there is some power electricity, can I take some power? Can I take a cable and take some of the electricity? And yes, we said, why not? So everyone can do in their courtyard, can produce electricity as long as it doesn't go beyond their yard. So this is why this does not work, because we spent 6 months to make plans and evaluations, and then things get out of control. The whole of Macedonia has the same laws, the same advisors, the same competences. And whenever it's for their good, they come to us. Thank you, Zlatko. Finally, Laza, you spoke about the liability. Of course, everybody is responsible for their own deed. We were responsible for our positions in the society. Some are those that are you are kind of a hybrid institution because you are a financial one. Can you give us your experience about your cooperation with all the others in the state? You can contribute to how you can contribute to greener and more circular economy. This is a complex question. Our agency has a special status. It's a foundation. Its mission is to decrease poverty and support micro and small enterprises. We have grants that we give to the financial institutions, and then they offer them to companies. And we've been doing this for years now, for the last 30 years. Then we have a regional investment fund investing in startups. Some of them are dedicated to this type of activities, or at least we try to have an effect on that. And all this is connected to what is called financial instruments, financial institutions. Our position is very clear to us. We are not a bank, we are not a private sector, but are not a state who can solve all the problems. So we try to connect demand and offer on one hand, for the state to do its own part, and so on and so forth. And practically, we are all the time in this area. We do also a lot of projects that are financed by the European Union, and we try to translate everything that comes into the local language. This is why we had these grants financed by the European Union. Before that, we had for the modernization of agriculture. So the path is not easy at all. You all need to do our homework. If we are going to reach something green, I'm convinced we will. We are part of Europe. We need to be part of the European Union. Airbus is a classical example of how you can do profit, but at the same time, through mutual cooperation, you can reach something that means both quality and security. This is why whenever we mention Airbus, we all feel safer. This is a good example of how CO2 will be also reduced and how we will live better and how we will be part of the European Union. Thank you. Thank you, Laza. I'd also like to thank all the speakers for their practical advice. I hope that this session will generate new applications and partnerships. There is a question. Maybe this is more of a comment than a question. What about the craftsmen? You said you fund organizations, startups. What about craftsmen, micro businesses, engineers and circular economy? When we speak of development of small and medium enterprises, to us the legal form is irrelevant. A small enterprise is everything with up to 50 employers, and micro is with up to 10 employees. So the legal form is totally irrelevant. I mentioned before interests. Wherever you have an interest, the shape is either adaptable or circumvented. So from that point of view, in our credit line, when we say small enterprises, we mostly speak of individual agriculturers. We have less craftsmen because craftsmen do not really need a lot of funding. Maybe they need some kind of investments or grants to help them, but not any significant investment. Let me promote a little bit Zlatko's program. This is a good example. I don't know if this is available to craftsmen, but with us, together with a non-profit organization in the future, craftsmen could apply. We really hope that there are people that could solve these important issues in Macedonia. The form is not an issue. Exactly. Now I'd like to play the video for the Jumpstart. This allows all the innovators to start their path.
Do you have an innovative idea and want to jumpstart? Creative community, advanced know-how, unique program, expert trainers and mentors. This is EIT Jumpstarter. The competition is organised by EIT Health, EIT Raw Materials and EIT Food. They are three communities of EIT, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. They bring together businesses, research centres and universities as partners, creating a favourable environment for creative thought and innovation to flourish. EIT is a valuable, credible partner to get your business idea up and running.
In this phase, the startups learn from each other. That's why we combined these three industries into one place, one program.
EIT Jumpstarter is ideal for research teams, PhD students and entrepreneurs having an innovative product idea and wanting to learn basic entrepreneurial skills. By the end of the program, they will be ready to start their company and apply to the EIT Community's business creation programs that support them through their startup journey and increase their chances of becoming involved in their professional networks and services.
What we are trying to help the students with, or the entrepreneurs with I should say, is applying fast learning methods based on the lean startup from Silicon Valley, but then translate it to a European environment, to business startups and often hardware-based startups.
In 2018, 229 teams applied from the three thematic fields, and 67 teams were selected into the bootcamp phase. In 2019, we plan to scale up the program. If selected, you will start with a 2-day business planning bootcamp. which will provide a unique cross-industry environment. You can also learn how to get started on building a business, how to build a team, understanding competitive advantages and market segmentation. After the bootcamp, the best teams will get a chance to accelerate their business planning process and then finally compete at the EIT Joint Grand Final for a prize of up to €10,000.
The most important thing that we got from this competition is valuable feedback on various aspects of our business, but we also got a lot of other very nice perks like good connections to industry partners and general advice on how to try to start a business.
So, if you want to bring your idea out of the lab and onto the market, validate your innovative idea and jumpstart your business, and earn fundamental entrepreneurial skills, then you should apply to this year's EIT Jumpstarter program. To apply, click the link in the description. EIT, making innovation happen.
Минатата година имавме најголем број апликации.
Last year we have the biggest number of applications for the program that helps you get into the other programs. So you can go to the more advanced programs, but through this program I believe you can get the necessary support and skills in order to advance your business plan. We keep talking about circular economy. Now I would like to invite Angelina Taneva-Vyševska, Director of the Institute for Research in Environment, and she's head of the hub for circular economy in Western Balkans.
И да видиме какви активности ќе спроведе тоа.
See what are the activities this hub is going to implement. Thank you.
Da. Dobro, ги гледаме минутите, ќе го имам предвид време.
I have in mind the time. Good afternoon. I'm really pleased that in this wonderful atmosphere to present activities that are linked to the Western Balkans Circular Economic Hub and is related to everything discussed today, focusing on the regional cooperation. In this case, how it was founded and how it was established, the initiative of economy, which is which is a Swiss initiative, and it became operative in Macedonia. And last year we got in touch and we agreed that we would like, in cooperation with the institute I represent the Institute for Research in Environment Construction, to establish the Western Balkan circular economy with a great vision. And I believe that, having in mind the available time, what I'm going to present today, I'm going to briefly present what the activities and what's the vision of the hub, and later on we can discuss furthermore. In regard to the Institute for Research in Environment, Construction and Energy that I represent, was established by a big construction company that celebrates 50 years since its foundation. 10 years ago, they decided to invest in education and research and established the institute, which is accredited by the Ministry of Education and Science in 2014. And many of the activities focus on the topics of sustainability and connecting the real sector and academia. The economic changes in the Western Balkans are also partners and supporters of the initiative for the Center for Circular Economy, and together in cooperation we co-create activities. What I will say in addition, and what's important is The co-in model, cooperation, collaboration and innovation is something which is reflected in all the activities, and I would like, while you're listening to the presentation, to think where you see yourselves as individuals and organizations when it comes to the activities of the hub. What's missing in this space in the hub, but the idea is not to replace the national hubs. In Macedonia there are various centers, just like in the other countries, that already operate and have activities related to circular economy. The hub operates at the level of connecting all the stakeholders and together to co-create activities. I'm not going to focus on the way the linear economy operates, what are the needs. Some of this information has already been shared. Just brief statistics about the report which is published about how circular the world is today. You can see that the percentage is dropping, even though the activities are growing. That's due to various reasons. Some of them are noted here. First of all, we are using great quantities of materials in productions. We consume a lot of products. We still have habits that support the linear way of operation. Even though there are many innovations, they're not mainstream. They're not still really used in sufficient quantity in everyday life in order to reduce this percentage. This percentage is at a global level. When it comes to our countries, we have both practices and tendency and thinking about keeping resources, because for us who are not that economically powerful, we look value in all resources, and that's where the potential for circular economy lies. The roadmaps for each of the countries are here, and that's the first activity, first guideline that go hand in hand with the strategy, and we tried to focus on that, and that's where we see greatest potential for implementing the green strategy in the Balkans. We need to find the examples in the Western Balkans. When we talk about, when we have this kind of presentations, we usually share good examples from the world, from around the world, from Europe. One of the initiatives is to see what's happening in the Balkans, what are the existing initiatives. Just brief, there are only a few examples here, but in one of the cases we develop, we go in depth with the desire to increase that number and to increase the visibility of these circular activities. I'm sure you are familiar with these 10 R strategies, and there are a few examples here. This is an example from Montenegro, where they're using the R strategies to rethink or redesign certain activities, and it is about a company in the construction business, and it's related to the way they design and construct their buildings. This is another. It deals with the strategy about reuse, using something that's already there, continuing the lifespan of certain products, etc. Another example from Macedonia, you probably know the social company MAMEI. In Albania, we have an interesting group about a company which is 100% circular by using the resources they have. They even the waste from the other surrounding organizations. We are talking about 4 companies that are part of this AZ group. My colleague will share the booklets with the flyers presenting our activities. What's needed for this topic is to discuss at the level of information, sharing information, awareness raising, and ensuring different methods for increasing the knowledge and skills. These are the first crucial activities, mentorship and support of individuals and young companies, and alleviating the access to funds. We don't have the funds, but we want to have a channel that provides information to those who will be members of the hub to get to those funds and to use them. Some consultation services as a body that will be available to the policymakers to point out the shortcomings in order to have better implementation of practices in circular economy. What's especially important and which is the key of the hub is ensuring cooperation, in this case regional cooperation, and one of the activities that we have started is the Circular Economy Awards, and I will present them shortly. The target groups are numerous. Apart from companies, we have women and young people. There's two broad groups. We've heard about numerous projects and activities, and we would like to see yourself in a role of collaborators of the hub. The expected results are numerous. We just started with our activities in January, and we already see some initial results about the shared information. From the shared information, the main communication channel is the LinkedIn profile at the moment. You can follow us there, and that's where the day-to-day information is shared, what's new in Macedonia, in the Balkans, and in Europe when it comes to activities. As a support for establishing the center, we have Elin Bergman. She's a Swedish circular economy expert. She was declared the queen of circular economy. She's been in the field for more than 20 years, especially when it comes to developing and establishing this kind of networks. One of the activities are the networking opportunities and opportunity from each of you to become a member or partner of the hub. We have been working and implementing various activities, various webinars, networking opportunities happening usually online because it's easier to connect within the region, as well as finding common interest and joint application, that is finding new partnerships and collaboration. As some of the examples, in May we had the first promotion of the hub as part of the Global Forum of Circular Economy. In June we had the first webinar introduction to a circular economy with Elin Bergman, and one of the common activity, this activity was part of the EU Green Week in June, dealing with a specific topic in construction, that is circular construction, in cooperation with the councils for green construction. Such a council was established in Macedonia, as well as in the region, as well as in other European countries, so with a very interesting Horizon project, Ecomatic. Another activity that is which is very popular as of lately, is the hackathon in the area of construction. When it comes to counseling services, there is a huge need and space for cooperation, because some of you are consultants or mentors or somebody who shares knowledge. Some of the first services we offer are the following: circular business transformation, intellectual capital management for a circular transformation, that addressing companies, organizations. Third activity, involving stakeholders for circular changes. What does it mean? Applying certain methodology and live labs there where we would have people from various organizations, various stakeholders, to discuss various topics and to find the new, sustainable, innovative solutions. And the last one applies to the production companies, how to optimize their production, including circular business models. That means reducing waste and protecting their production and increasing profit. All the services we offer have three levels depending on the readiness on the company. They could be startup, initial, medium or long term, those who are ready to invest more but also expect greater turnover. As a channel for sharing information, digital platform of the hub, you can approach it on the brochures we shared. It could be translated. There is translation in all Balkan languages, and the information there shared usually refer to various types of resources available. That knowledge base of resources and education is very important. We started working on new courses. This is some of the courses available and will be open. All these courses are open and supported by the project that is by the members of the hub can use it without paying any fee for it. The question at the beginning was, how do you see yourself as a future collaborator of the hub, as an individual and as an organization? As an individual, you can become a hub member, just like your organization. And what's happening now, the best circular activities that we collect at the Balkan level, for those organizations that are already developed and have activities, you can see yourself in a role of hub partners. What does it mean? To work together in co-creating activities, finding funds and starting initiatives where we would be, in which way we would be able to help a lot of people, young people, women, or companies. The network is open and available. There is a questionnaire you need to fill in, and then there are monthly meetings, opportunities for education, counseling, support and mentorship, access to certain information, and especially it's important the opportunities for cooperation, networking and partnership. The next meeting will happen on Friday, on the 31st of October. You can join and you'll see who are the members, what are the novelties in the Balkans, and where the benefits lie for you. The initiative for the best circular practices is ongoing. We are collecting them, we make them public, and the idea is to prepare a publication, hopefully volume 1, and then there will be a second edition. The access is simple, just the application is very short. What you need to share is what was the problem, what was the solution for the problem, and how these circular strategies are applied in the organization. Some of the examples we have received, this might be known to you. A Macedonian example, this is from Serbia, Apadekur's brick, interesting company that is using waste from construction, producing decorative bricks. And finally, the Circular Economy Awards. For the first time, it was applied starting from May. You can see that we have 7 different categories covering different target groups, different types of organizations. So we mentioned the civil society sector, the startups, young organizations, already established companies, municipalities, but also individuals, people working in education and research. Recently, we had the ceremony of presenting the awards at the International Conference in Budva, and these are the winners. If you like to see them, you can get more information apart from the winners, because we received so many good applications. We had an additional recognition for circular economy, and we had an additional promotion of few other individuals and organizations that have really contributed to the field of circular economy. The last information that I would really love to share, this is a global campaign that has been operational for a number of years, and it's called Circular Monday. It's a global initiative. It's a reaction to Black Friday, which promotes consumerism and buying things that we don't really need. It emerged as a reaction not to reduce consumption, but to make wise, smart choices, circular choices, and the idea is to make them more visible, to promote them at a global website. We joined the initiative. I invite you to join as well. It operates based on enthusiasts and volunteers, and it's interesting that starting from this year, we have Macedonia and the entire Balkan at this global network. You can see some data about the number of involved countries, and the campaign itself reached out more than 40 million people. So we are talking about the global campaign. I hope that you managed to get all the information you needed. First of all, to see what's the hub, to think about whether you see yourself there, and after the break we can talk about it. This is one of the initiatives that you can join as an influencer. Somebody is talking on somebody who has a business that wants to be presented in this campaign. Now we have 5 minutes for any questions, so let us continue with the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina, for this inspiring presentation of the Hub for Circular Economy in the Western Balkans. I was inspired by by what you said about different courses and trainings. EIT right now, I'd like to inform you that it has 230 courses in all topics. You can filter them on our website, EIT-campus.eu, and you can reach these courses. The courses are usually hybrid, free, for more advanced levels. There are also other offers. We reached the last panel. I'd like to thank all people attending this conference. The last panel are practices of waste management. This session will bring together institutions and businesses who contribute to a more on daily basis on efficient waste management. We have Boris Sharkovsky. The final, he will be moderator of this panel. Thank you. The last but not the least panel, congratulations to the survivors. I hope that we will keep your attention as well. Like Alexander said, at this panel we will discuss more the practices for waste management and legal regulation. I think that out of all the panelists that were present here today, one of the panelists, Darko, is the only one who actually comes from a state institution, and this is something that we will use to hear something more about the experience and practices of waste management. From what Alexander didn't say, it's not a coincidence that I'm moderator of this panel through the foundation. Together with our colleagues from Agora, we worked on the promotion of policies of textile waste management, and we also lead social enterprise. Those products, they are pillows for pets, actually are produced with textile waste that is collected from textile factories in Stip. So I do have experience in that regard. So once the panelists finish, I will share with you some of our experiences, though I only am invited here to moderate this session. This last panel is quite representative, just like the other ones. As I said, fourth speaker panelist is Darko Blinkov, General Inspector for Environment at the State Inspector for Environment. So almost the supervision of environmental inspection, a lot of experience in designing and conducting training at international conference, and he's also he will speak about the challenges of the waste management system and the circular economy, with a special focus on the legal provisions referring to the waste management circular economy. Thank you. Yeah, I could stand. As this is the end of the day, I will be very brief. I've prepared just 2 slides. Just 2 slides. So in the beginning, let me thank Alexander and the organizers of the event for the possibility offered to the State Inspectorate for Environment. Myself, as a representative of the Inspectorate of the Ministry of Environment, I am really happy to be part of this important forum. I heard that this kind of event hasn't been organized for a long time now. We have a very good cooperation with the Inspectorate. Wherever we are invited, we accept to participate. We have an excellent cooperation with the universities, consulting agencies. We have excellent people from different institutions which facilitate also our inspections. There are problems, there have been and there will be, but we are all together at the same table to solve issues. Regarding circular economy, just briefly, let me say that national legislation and the European acquis in terms of circular economy, this is the communique from the European Parliament, and the Committee for European Economic Affairs and the Zero Waste European Program. From the Macedonian legislation, I can say that since 2004, the Professor Zoran Šaporić, minister at that time, promulgated the first law that was aligned with the European legislation. This was exactly this law on waste management, and unfortunately, although we have had good laws, 20 years later we are still at zero in terms of waste management. It is very important to say that the strategy for waste management is also being developed. We already have a plan, a 10 years action plan. Regarding institutional framework, the Ministry of Environment is the competent institution from the state administration together with the units of local self-government, especially in terms of planning, acceptability and applicability of that legislation and approximation of the national legislation with the EU legislation. Every year correspondence tables are comparative tables are made, and now the European Commission is about to publish its country report, and it is interesting to see what the European Commission has put in the chapter 27 on environment. We have here the licensing for waste management, and I hope that in the near future with the new minister, we will, which will be after 6th of December, when we will have rotations in the government. We'll see who is going to be a minister, and we did. Of course, the initiation and coordination of projects in this, as of lately, are part of the IPA 3 program. All bodies of the state administration and local self-government, all people that conduct these activities in terms of protection of the environment need to respect the hierarchy. They are required to take all the measures to achieve the best possible results for the environment in accordance with the principles of protection of environment. Our inspectorate will be marking 30 years of existence next year. Right now we have a twinning project, which is a follow-up of a twinning project from 10 years ago. We have 26 workers, a very small number. We have a huge legislation with 35 laws and bylaws. And in terms of waste management, we already have 5 or 6 laws which are quite demanding, and I can say that in the recent years these laws are new. Certain bylaws were expected to be adopted. They are due to local elections, they will wait for better times. This is the second slide. In the new laws, in accordance with the principles of circular economy, everything that is good practice is part of the Macedonian legislation, specifically about the waste, secondary raw materials, recycling, recovery, reuse, production of energy. The project with Austria-Hungary finished. A working body that is composed of professors, administrative bodies, of scientific institutions is already established, but unfortunately the bylaw that was supposed to be adopted, though we reported to Brussels that it would be adopted in 2024, probably this will stay for 2026. Thank you, Darko. We heard about good things. Now let's hear about obstacles.
Може да направи за да биде малку подобра. Имаме со нас ги спомени Дарко колективни.
We have here
нешто релативно ново кај нас. Прв господин Чангелов, електроинженер и постдипломец по бизнис право.
We have Mr. Panchangelov with us, electrical engineer, with over 10 years of experience in waste management in the field of collective action. He serves as an advisor to companies Mareko and Matresko companies, and one of the founders of the Association for the Management of Special Water Streams at the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia. His focus is on environmental sustainable practices and solutions, and at this panel he will speak in details about practices of waste management packaging.
The packaged waste is part of the collective acting, and I will focus on from the aspect of collective acting, namely what's the system of collective acting. So it's a mechanism through which the producers, the manufacturers, the importers, and everybody who has an obligation to implement. I'm aware of the time, and I'll leave it also some time for questions. What are the basic features? A collective actor is a company, according to the law, which undertakes the obligations of these companies that are members of the system for recycling or reporting about the waste to the state institutions. There are various types of waste. We have waste from packaging, from electronic equipment, batteries, tires, textile, etc., and probably construction waste as well. The financial responsibility is that the producers pay a fee to the collective actor that uses for funding activities for dealing with the waste. But one thing you have to have in mind, the waste is not owned by the collective actor. They have responsibility, but they all need to be licensed by the Ministry of Environment and Transparency, which means reporting. Annually, we submit reports to the Ministry of Environment and other institutions responsible. What are the benefits of this system? Reducing the administrative burden on these companies that need to take care of the waste, greater efficiency through centralized operation, and finally, better control and harmonization with the laws, and stimulating circular economy and environmental awareness, especially among citizens, because 10% of these companies need to be spent for awareness raising among citizens and companies. Furthermore, the regulatory framework already mentioned, the law on waste management, but also there are other laws and bylaws, the law, different laws. There are more than 200 laws and bylaws that need to be implemented. And collective actors are licensed by the state, and we are monitored by the Ministry of Environment, and including all the different stakeholders in the system. This is visual presentation of the system. Everything which is in the system has to be checked by the Ministry of Environment. In order to transfer waste from one point to another, you have to be licensed. To storage, you have to have license. To export it, you have to have a license. So it's a system of interconnected vessels. This visualization of the system is based on the law, but in general, you have who produces the waste, who puts it on the market, and who deals with it. This requires funds, but it has a financial impact, but all is aimed towards protecting environment. Here I have a short 30-second video. I don't know whether I can play it. Maybe the technician could help me. This is the depot of the city parking that hasn't been cleaned since 1993. Together with the inspectorate, this depot was here for 30 years, but after the collective actors appeared after 30 years, finally, these vehicles that were really not good, this is now all clean and nice. Now the vehicles are taken to a company responsible for recycling vehicles. They're dismantled, all the iron, all the metal elements are taken out, and what we get is circular economy. That's it. I have other questions about this, about who are the collective actors, but let us finish the first round. We saw what needs to be done and how it operates when it comes to managing certain flows. Another panelist will talk about this. What are the practices of dealing with Luka Lukovsky, who is the manager of Europe EcoPact, and he manages since 21, and since then it has shown growth, taking an important position on this market. Lukovsky plays a key role in further development of the Euro EcoPact development, and that's a selection, collection, and processing waste. Luka, you may take the floor. Hello. Hello, everybody. It's great to see you all. And for staying to hear us. Darko and Pan just said everything. I don't have much to add. I will just say that I can give you some data about our company established in 2011. Since 2011, we have collected about 80,000 tons of waste, knowing that this year we're going to have about 11,000 tons, which means we'll reach our 91,000 tons. I joined the company in 2021, August. When I joined, we had about 280 members. Now we have more than 600, that is 620 members. It's a nice growth. That's very well, but also the cost has grown. So since the establishment, we have handed out more than 200 pieces of equipment, especially in the past 2 years since the new laws were introduced. The companies are hungry, and it's good to be hungry for selecting. They want to do this, but also the costs are rising. And since 2020, we have growth. What Pancho already mentioned, our main activities are focused on meeting the legal obligations and supporting our members. We are very loyal to our members to meet their national goals. Believe me, there are various companies. We have rich companies that refuse certain things and are difficult to work, and there are companies that are really pleasure to work with. They have ideas and to do things. We've been cooperating with licensed operators. Since the last year, we've been actively investing in awareness raising, which I also believe it's a crucial link in this system, and we've been working with the local self-government units. Main priorities is the legal harmonization, both ours and of our members. That's the main role that we play, achieving the national goals, optimizing all costs for the purpose of increasing recycling. We are talking about this is where all our investments go, introducing digital solutions. That's fashionable now, and we are trying to follow that trend. And finally, development of new partnerships. I could say that our focus is a bit of PR and more working on the field. So good reputation goes far. The new partnerships are crucial for the development of this entire process. That's all.
И накрая еден од важните играчи во целиот овој
One of the main players in this system is the Economic Chamber, and with us he's Martin Strezovski, apart from coordinator for the Association of Metallurgy, but he's also coordinator of the Center for Circular Economy in Economic Chamber of North Macedonia. And somebody who will tell us something about the Center for Circular Economy at the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia. We took during the break, even though we have some time limitation, there are people who are not aware of this center, at least those who are not part of the chamber. I say please use this time for the promotion of the center. Thank you. Good afternoon. I would also like to thank you for persevering and staying to the very end of the conference. I would like to, if you could run the website of the Center for Circular Economy. It was established at the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia, focusing on establishing the main needs of the companies to have association, because the chamber is by itself is a way of association, but we needed this particular form of association, what the companies need and how to unite them all, and that's circular economy. We were thinking what are the essential needs of the companies. For the other times, there are other forms of association we established that the companies need funds, they need a legal regulation, support for treating the legal aspects and need of development. Circular economy means development, and then it encompasses a lot of funds. And within that, the legislation is also necessary, especially when you have transition from linear into circular economy, and then operation itself. Could we just show the website of the center while we are waiting? Here it is. This Center for Circular Economy, we have companies literally from all sectors.
Literally, companies from all sectors join together, from chemistry, from metal industry, for metal, plastics, glass, literally all sectors, and they find common interest. They discuss on different topics of interest to the companies and focus on concrete issues, sectorial and issues that are also intersectorial, that connect all the sectors. This is one thing. Regarding the forum, which is a conglomerate of different entities, when we face problems or challenges with the legal regulation in the economic chamber, certain working groups are formed per associations. They are homogeneous. But here in the center, issues are raised that touch all companies from different sectors. The idea of the Center for Circular Economy is to create a group of diversities, each with their own capacity, because here we have both big and small companies, all with their own capacity in their joint work. And the idea is for these working groups, companies together. This is not in someone's interest, this is in everybody's interest. This means that all industries, chemistry, metal industry or other, work together in developing future regulation that will simplify their procedures and will satisfy their needs. And maybe the most important part are the finances for our companies, that probably worldwide, the Center for Circular Economy, of course, recognizes the momentum with the finance financing, but we knew that this center must find donors, must provide funds. Otherwise, it will remain as another technical forum of association that will function on given issues, while the funds financing or project by project makes a functioning and the life of given association much longer. And I would like to initially announce, and then we'll continue, we are in the middle of a project which had the objective of making the companies receive support in two sectors, in two domains. The first is in scientific research and the other in training, with a concrete objective of green competences. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, everybody, for this round. Now we'll go with the second round of questions with a shorter time. We'll start again with Darko. You mentioned legal solutions, but do you have an analysis or your opinion about which laws are not being implemented? What are the main obstacles? And can you, in 2 minutes, summarize why it is so? I mentioned that we have a study where interinstitutional, intersectorial cooperation very often is mentioned as an issue. Is this so from your experience, or are there other obstacles? The lack of cooperation in the ministry itself within the ministry last year, the state inspectorate and the other 15 inspectors with a law for inspection, which is an umbrella law. We are now again inspections within ministries. We lost some of our integrity. The inspection needs to be out of both the ministries and the municipalities. The law is being amended, and from all analysis we have done, it was a mistake to have delegated a lot of competencies to municipal inspections. And I think that the part of the program of the government is to have a united system of inspection. The most inspected laws are the law on waste management, environment, and packaging waste. As we mentioned, it's about 35 laws with around 300 bylaws. Unfortunately, many of the bylaws lack of inspectors is one of the main issues. So investing in human resources. How many state inspectors are there? 20, 15 for environment, 3. There are some of them that will retire next year. With these amendments to the law, with this fusion of the inspectors, municipal and state inspectors, things will improve. We have some temporary staff right now contracted, but we think that inspectors need to have experience. The budget is small, around 618,000 euro. 10 million is the Slovenian the budget of the Slovenian inspectorate. Sadu Duraku is the only minister that doubled the budget.
Панче, споменавте околу моделите. Кои модели за собирање и селекција?
Which models of collection and selection have shown most efficient? And one thing that, do you have any information how many
на отпад, чисто како бројка за да добиеме една подобра слика. Повелете.
Just give us a number. I think that they are about 29, out of which there are 4 or 5 independent actors. Usually, bigger companies prefer to have an independent actor or their own environment company that afterwards is in charge of the waste management. The collection models, there are several ones, from households, from recycle centers, collection directly from the companies. Generally, the best model is those companies that are licensed for the collection and treatment, transparent treatment of waste. Generally speaking, the main percentage of the collected waste is from those companies that are licensed by the Ministry of Environment. But in terms of the electric equipment, there is this measure of when you buy a new appliance to give back the old one. Then these collective actors, there are restrictions in the law on how they can spend their financial means. And there is also an important thing, since they are non-profit organizations, financial funds that they will collect they need to spend them. There are certain companies that have a turnover of 5, 6 or 7 or 80 million euros that do not want to pay the environment tax. Of 20,000–30,000 euro, but they pay the environment tax. We always communicate with Darko about this. Those that are not socially responsible companies, we report them, and then the inspectorate takes measures. And what is more important, the non-payment of the tax causes inequalities in the market. Some respect the law, pay the tax, and others do not. Thank you.
Тука дури не зборуваме за обществена одговорност, него за
We don't even speak about social responsibility here, but if legally they respect the law or not. But the inspectorate has already issued a statement and they're aware of that. Luca, how does this model work with you and what is the result so far?
Сигурно е како функционира вашиот модел.
Вака, развојот на
The development of Euro EcoPack is based on fulfilling the objectives. This is where our development lays. In order to do that, we cooperate with all actors in the market. As Pancha said, we cooperate with Darko and with competent bodies and actors and companies. So we can see that all these things, all these segments to be put in a system. Its objective is to fulfill the legal obligations of our members. In that respect, basic things, so then the main focus in the selection, and then in raising public awareness. So main parts are, the main part is the selection. In Skopje, the public awareness is raising, but out of Skopje the results are disappointing. There are some small municipalities, they are quite agile, but the awareness among people is so low that it requires a lot of work. As Lazar, I will be a little scared. Skeptical. A lot of investment is required there. In this integral system of ours, we see to invest in the public awareness. Young generations are crucial. These laws are since 2011. It is necessary to work actively with young generations in kindergartens, in schools. Those that are in the secondary education won't throw away. So since it is necessary to work with children since an early age. What we saw today, very good business models, very good presentations, everything is okay, but we are just in a drop in the ocean, a drop of water in the ocean. We need to...
Imate još jedan krug, može da... Ajde, povedete, samo mnogo kratko, zato što nema me.
Više сега и у кафана съм. Последна е ова. Со големо внимание.
I followed very attentively what does awareness mean. There is no awareness in Netherlands or the Swiss. There is just this stick or sanctions. My first job was in a company. It was 30 years ago, and God forbid if you would throw a green bottle in where white bottles were supposed to be thrown. Darko, you say we have 20 inspectors, 15 for environment, and I don't know exactly. And we have 2 million. Can you open a hotline? People today fight for a like or a follow, or why don't you initiate a law to engage 2 million people? So you see a regularity, you take a picture and you send it to a hotline that you will establish. We already have that. No, this needs to be massive. You need to come up, I don't know, maybe a symbolic, a word or price. Lack of inspectors in 21st century, and you have every child with a phone in their hands. It should not be an issue. Slovenia is one of the most beautiful and green countries, but if you go there, when you go, you rent an Airbnb apartment, the owners for half an hour tell you how to manage waste, because there are very high sanctions, and we need to have a robust implementation of regulation. 30 seconds each. The reporting system already exists on the website. Our phones, mobile phones, are left there. After the working hours, we enter into on-duty shift, passive. Yes, we also receive through these new smart devices complaints. They do not go all through us. We transfer them to the competent institution. What is now happening with the public enterprise for hygiene? With this last affair, I will tell you from the analysis that they have never entered, the mayors have never entered into the communal enterprises for a check. Yes, it is true. We need to have a communal police, but not from the municipalities, but from general competence policies. It's also a part of the local self-government law, but it's stuck in the parliament, so we'll see what will happen with that. I know what is your point. We'll speak about this later, but this is what I want to say. In European Union, Germans do not have a public awareness, and Swiss do not have, but their children do. Children already are, in their mind, know that they need to select.
Може ли да не влизаме да не реплицираме тебе много, да повели завърши излаганието и да продължим. Имаме още цял час по-това за нетворкинг, така да. Панче само сакаше кратко и Мартин го чека.
Panche, all laws regarding local self-government are voted with over 100 MPs. You don't have a law with less than 100, with 60. They are with, some of them are even with 119. So you don't have a law with less than 100 MPs votes, which means that all parties give their full support, but the implementation is what you say. Implementation is the sticking to the carrot, as you say. Martin, I'm sorry we waited. Let's turn the topic a little bit around. You said that from that.
In military technology, the one who has the information wins the war, or whoever wins who has the information has the greatest advantage. What I'm trying to say is that our companies, the information is the main problem. Why? They have difficulties getting the information. They have difficulties processing the information. There is a problem somewhere. We as a Chamber of Commerce are trying to overcome that gap and to bring the information closer. Namely, when we we shared information about support the companies for green growth and development. At the same time, there was a call for state grant for buying machines. Ours was about equipment and training and scientific and research activities. They're compatible, but the companies didn't know about the state call. The communication was lost somewhere. Another thing that we have discovered at the center, it's about the resources. That's when we reach the aspect of circular economy. We are talking about resources while we are focusing on import, looking for partners abroad that are better established, and in the algorithm we don't have information what are the resources available to whom in Macedonia, resources that can be shared, and that's a big issue. And the Center for Circular Economy in some of the coming months, let's say, would be ambitious, aims at establishing a national platform for raw materials. The companies, if they have some leftovers when it comes to the raw materials, even the packaging for glasses in a big company with a canteen. This could be a raw material for a small company. The idea is to connect them. On that platform, the companies will be able to find their resources, raw materials. That's a broad concept that is working out, and we will discuss this in the coming period. And I would like, in regard to the call itself, which is ongoing, the call was opened in September and it will be closed on 5th of December, and there will be a big conference at which we're going to share the carried out, the implementing projects and the sources of the companies when implementing these projects, in order to see the close companies and branches with a specific project, and to be a call, announcement of what's going to be happening in the future. As I mentioned, funding is one of the priorities of the center, and we keep looking for new donors, for new open programs. At the last meeting of the center, we had representatives from another presenting open programs of Erasmus, Horizon, etc., and opportunities to apply as a consortium. So the possibilities for funding are opened, but we need to bridge that problem with the information to reach the final address, and also to have a return as an adequate application of the call. Thank you. The platform will be presented at the end, and that's how we will finish. Not the platform, only the center for and the digital tools in some other occasion at the Chamber of Commerce. And one more round of questions. We already talk about the awareness and what needs to be done. Let us go even deeper, what each of us can do to promote circular economy. The state inspectorate and the state institutions, the inspection services, how can they contribute to promote circular economy that we've been discussing during the whole day? Do you have an idea how you as a system can promote this? Of course, from the practical implementation of the laws, we detected certain shortcomings last year at the Chamber of Commerce. There were guests from various institutions and organizations around the world and Europe. We've been working for the Financial Police, Customs Administration, Ministry of Interior, and probably along with the Chamber of Commerce, we're going to propose the environmental tax to be paid upon entering the country, which will achieve more than 70% of coverage. And we'll see how it will work. But the system has to be ready. Secondly, we are already working with the Regulatory Energy Commission about the water tariffs and the derivatives. There is a Greek consultant company working on methodology of establishing the price for the communal waste. The brewery was reacting, why should we do selection, since we can place everything in one container, pay the fee, and that's it. I'm very pleased with this 28 years of experience. We have excellent experts working in the field of environment. When it comes to environmental crime, we've been working with Europol and Interpol. So all the mechanisms do exist. Digitalization when it comes to administrative procedures, increasing the transparency of the ministry, and I believe that we are transparent enough, but the laws from 2004 were better than what we have now. At the moment, we have technical details, mistaken years, 120 denars for the oils. So these are details for the bylaws. The laws need to be clear, and the engineers, we as engineers, we sometimes have problems with the lawyers. One lawyer, two provisions, four opinions, and the devil is in the detail. Thank you. What about the industry? Are there any ideas how to increase the involvement of the industry, but also of the citizens in the waste management systems? We always discussing things with Darko. The citizens, of course, can participate, and as collective actors, we have an application that I cannot share at the moment, which where we collect information and then we forward that information to the institutions. Through the collective actors, they react and we connect the institutions. The activities are rather passive. We have companies who are worried about the environment. They're part of the circular economy process, but the big players or the big companies sometimes see this as a challenge and make an opportunity from a challenge, but certain companies simply are not interested in that. But for somebody, it's a waste. For some others, it's gold. It depends what they will focus on, how they will implement things, because at the end, you can make profit from a piece of garbage. But all the parts in the system need to be involved. From all that, we can have a product that the industry and the local communities will have a benefit, including the citizens. We keep saying that we need employments, etc. So indirectly, we will open new jobs. I used to live in Japan for 2 years. If I had 10 kilos of waste, I had to pay $10, and that's so basically I was doing selecting because there were benefits from selecting. We can maybe use it here. Luca? Some of the things mentioned by Pancha, there are the economic instruments or policies that can stimulate recycling. Something from your experience. Let us not go back. Linear economy, Angelina from the Hub explained that well. And I really did think to have the least possible waste and least possible use of natural resources. The main idea is to have a package with endless lifespan, and that's the main idea. It's good to have market for secondary raw materials. It's good. It's current. Few days ago on the news, we saw a Chinese company offering cheaper recycled plastic. So that's the market. That's all fine. But we reach certain impact on that wonderful story, which is influenced from different sides. First thing, the gentleman from France mentioned this, one of the main reasons is the mentality. The mentality is awful. We need to do a lot of work. Secondly, recently I had the opportunity to meet a person from the Balkans with a company in a European country. And he's producing organic product, and we were talking, and we reached the topic of environment, and he said, I don't care about that. He is investing millions in organic product, and on the other hand, he is not interested at all in that. So that's the mentality we have. Secondly, the institutions, as Sasha mentioned, the implementation of laws, but control, inspection. We've been discussing this many times with Darko. The institutions should have a key role. We are in the front lines of circular economy, and what we've been discussing are real problems. So, but we saw some companies have problems getting licenses, even though they have good business models. So all that is in the hands of the institutions. And finally, I would also say very important is finances. Zlatko, Lazar, Irena were talking about this. The funds are crucial in order to design a packaging with a long lifespan. It costs money. And that's where the state could help with subsidies, etc. It's a big topic, it's a broad topic, but that's the reality. Thank you. And this could be the last question from the audience. Thank you. You mentioned the conscious, that's definitely missing, but let's start with the companies. They're the ones selecting and paying. Don't you think that we should start from the other way around, to start with the homes, and every home to have regulation? It doesn't depend on us, but to raise the awareness. For a family to select, they need to start at home. What do you think? Can we go with the concept which goes from the other way around? Thank you. I believe that for others, those are different laws that need to be adopted in order to regulate it. In the West is well regulated with different laws and bylaws that we still don't have. Darko could say a bit more about that. The households, we have more and more households selecting, but then they would say, I'm doing this in vain because nobody is collecting the selected waste. So we go back to implementation of laws. It starts with that. Everything starts with that. Thank you. Martin, let us finish with you. You mentioned several tools, including the tool for secondary raw materials. What have you been working on? What's that platform? Do you have something more? Is it done? At the moment, it's in a demo version. It only shows, which requires additional work. We will get also suggestions from the companies that are members, and the platform is aimed for the following. If it's going to be a national platform that would spread, and the business logic in this capitalist society in which we live wins. If the supply from Vranje is closer to us, we won't go to Strumica, and somehow that business logic wins. But in order to know, the filtering in the platform will take us what's the optimum place for us to procure certain raw material. It's not only about pure procurement. It's a whole process that if we dissect it, we are talking about resources for the procurement, vehicle, exhaustion gases, additional procedures when it comes to legislation for transfer. So this is a line. We cannot just say, I went there, I took it, and I came back. It's one thing to go to Turkey, another thing to Serbia. So that's where the side portion lies, the circular one.
We don't, all we need to do, we don't need to do it if we get the same effect. We need information, we need education for that. And this is regarding business entities with a business logic. Otherwise, as far as the question is concerned, we need a systemic solution, and this is all clear to us. We need children at school to first learn that waste does not smell, but the spoiled waste smells. They need to know that this is waste that can be treated further, or a television, or an electronic waste. This is something that does not smell or stink. This is something that could bring money for a new business. So this is the roots of a mindset that needs to grow into a business logic and move the society into a direction we all is desired by all. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, all panelists. We could have done a whole conference as we started, but I hope that at least those that didn't get information got information about how the system works, that we will be able to leave this panel with an idea of what we can do, and finally what is our personal responsibility and what we need to do personally and expect from the others. We are part of the system, and with this I close this panel and I leave Alexander to close the conference. Thank you. I would like to thank all the panelists for panel number 5 and the moderator that we reached the objective. I think that today with 30 different speakers, we really had a wide range of discussions that extended our knowledge. I would like to confirm the slogan of today's EnergoTehnoma, include sustainable habits. I wish you a wonderful evening, and I hope that we can encourage you to be circular and sustainable in your work.
Pitam, da li je neko video saksiju koju sam...
Has anybody seen the pot I circulated? I need it for another event. I haven't brought any more.
Ono što mi je da je na početku kao vije, samo imao se pogolemiti